The Weight of Silk and Silence by Void in Velvet. Chapter 1. The Art of Being Overlooked. The archive smelled of cedar oil and the slow dissolution of paper, and Kasim had grown so accustomed to this smell over 19 years that he no longer noticed it except on mornings like this one, when he arrived before anyone else, and the rooms were entirely his. He liked it that way. The empty hour before the other scribes filtered in, before the stewards came with their requests and their implicit assumptions about what he would do and when. That hour was the only part of the day that asked nothing of him he had not already agreed to give. He set his lamp on the workstation second from the far wall. Not the first. The first received a draft from the corridor door that made the lamp gutter and the eyes water by mid-morning. Not the center row. Those stations were claimed by younger men who liked to be in the middle of things, which told Kasim everything he needed to know about the younger man. Second from the far wall, near enough to the restricted shelves to reach them without requesting access, far enough from the door that no one passing in the corridor could see his work without making a point of looking. He had occupied this position for 11 years. Before that, a different desk in a different archive in a different section of the palace. He had moved when the court reorganized, not because the new position was better. It was marginally worse in two small ways, but because the reorganization had offered a chance to adjust his location without explanation, and Kasim was the kind of man who took adjustments when they were offered and did not wait for explanations to become necessary. His first document of the morning was a land grant record from 3 decades past, flagged for cross-referencing against a newer provincial boundary claim. Someone in the administrative wing had done the cross-referencing incompletely. The citation was correct, but the scope was wrong, pulling only the primary boundary markers when the claim also depended on 2 tributary agreements from an earlier period that any careful reading would have included. Kasim read the citation, set it aside, retrieved the tributary agreements from the middle archive, and began the correction without finding it noteworthy. This was simply what the work required. People often failed to read carefully enough, and the failure did not surprise him, and correcting it was not a hardship. He corrected documents in his head while people were still talking. He was aware of this habit and had been for some years. It was not rudeness so much as efficiency. If a person was going to state something incorrectly, there was no particular reason to wait until they finished to begin the mental revision. He simply never said the revision aloud unless asked, and most people never asked, which meant the conversations proceeded amiably, and he walked away from them with the correct information already organized. The lamp steadied as the draft from the corridor subsided. He reached for his reed pen. Outside the archive's high windows, narrow, set into the wall at an angle that caught the morning light from the east, but let in very little of it. The palace was beginning its slow, ambient accumulation of sound. The kitchen's first, always, the particular percussion of the early shift that traveled up through stone and timber and became, by the time it reached the archive floor, something indistinguishable from weather. Then the call to prayer, which Kasim observed internally and with sincerity, the familiar words moving through him like water through a channel worn smooth by long use. Then the footsteps of the other scribes arriving, the greetings he returned with the precise warmth appropriate to colleagues rather than friends, the careful adjustments of proximity and volume that kept the room functional and civil and, above all, unremarkable. Kasim was very good at unremarkable. He had worked at it. He was 38 years old, broad through the chest, and shoulders in the way of a man whose body had once expected more physical work than it eventually received, with close-cropped dark hair going gray at the temples in a way he had stopped trying to account for. His face was the kind of face that made people uncertain of his age, features precise and well-arranged, but carrying the particular set that comes from years of controlled expression, which could read as either younger or older than the truth, depending on the light. His hands were his most telling feature, and only to people who knew what to look for, wide-palmed, ink-stained at the right forefinger in a way that no amount of washing had ever fully resolved, with a kind of stillness to them that was not natural stillness, but the mastered kind, the kind that had been practiced until it became indistinguishable from the other. The document in front of him had 7 errors by the time he reached the 3rd page. For clerical, too interpretive, one that would be embarrassing if anyone with a serious knowledge of the provincial system ever reviewed the grant. He corrected them in the margins in his small, controlled hand and continued reading. He had been at the palace since he was 19. He tried, now and then, to remember what he had expected when he arrived, some younger version of himself, provincial, ambitious in the quiet way of young men who have learned that visible ambition is a liability, with a letter of recommendation from a tutor who had recognized something in him and found somewhere useful to place it. He could not entirely reconstruct that version of himself. He knew that the person who had arrived at 19 and the person sitting at this workstation were connected by an unbroken chain of days, but the early links in that chain had gone soft with time, details dissolving into impressions into nothing. 19 years was a long time to be in one place. Long enough that the place had become the shape of him, or he had become the shape of it. He was not certain which was accurate, and had largely stopped examining the question. What he knew was this: he was good at his work. He was known to be reliable, thorough, unobtrusive. He had served 3 different administrative heads without friction and would, if nothing went wrong, continue to serve them for as long as the court required a man with his particular knowledge of documents, boundaries, records, the long institutional memory of the empire made legible in ink. He had no enemies of consequence. He had no close friendships that might become complications. He had, in 12 days, a wedding, a good match, carefully arranged, the kind of match that a man in his position was expected to make eventually, and that he had taken longer than most to agree to, and that he had finally agreed to because there was no longer a reasonable argument against it. He was, by any measure he cared to apply, a reasonable man living a reasonable life. This thought arrived, as it had been arriving with increasing frequency in recent months, with the faint quality of a document he had already corrected but that kept being returned to him with the errors reinstated. He noted it. He set aside. The lamp cast its small, steady circle. The sounds of the palace continued their accumulation outside the windows. On the restricted shelf to his left, several texts he had been working through for the past month waited with the patience of things that had already waited centuries and saw no urgency in the interval. The tributary agreements from the provincial grant were, once he actually read them, more complicated than the original cross-referencing suggested, and he marked 2 additional passages that would need to be included in the corrected citation. He was good at this. He was genuinely good at it, not performatively. The distinction mattered to him in some private, stubborn way that he did not try to explain to anyone. The archive was not a cage he had been placed in and learned to endure. It was a place that suited him, that suited the particular configuration of his mind, and he had spent 19 years becoming very good at inhabiting it. And that was not nothing. It was also not everything. He pressed his thumb, briefly, against the ink stain on his right forefinger. An old habit, so old he no longer noticed when he did it. He had been pressing that spot since his mid-20s, some unconscious mechanism of self-check or self-comfort, or simply the body's reflex when the mind went somewhere it didn't announce. The morning light moved through the narrow window at its oblique angle and laid a stripe of gold across the floor 3 feet from his workstation, advancing by an inch every quarter hour with the reliability of a process that had been running for considerably longer than anyone in this room had been alive. Kasim watched it in his peripheral vision while he worked the way a man watches something familiar, not with attention, but with the deeper register of knowing it is there. He reached the bottom of the provincial document. He set it aside. He pulled the next text from a stack. Outside, the palace went about its business of being the center of everything, loud with the specific loudness of power, full of people who were performing their various assigned roles with the professional commitment of those who understood that the performance was the role. Kasim was one of them. He had always understood this. He had no quarrel with it. He began to read. By the time Ozan arrived, considerably later, with a pastry he had obtained from somewhere, and the particular expression of a man who has already had a productive morning by his own very different definition of productive, the lamp had been burning for 2 hours and Kasim had completed a full review of the provincial record, corrected 11 errors, identified 3 areas for follow-up, and drunk his morning tea at some point without registering when. "You're going to destroy your eyes," Ozan said, not for the first time. He settled his considerable person onto the adjacent workstation with the ease of a man who has long since made peace with all his chair's qualities. There's a window. It produces light for free. The window produces a draft that interferes with the lamp. You could put the lamp on the other side. Then the shadow falls the wrong way. Ozan bit into the pastry and considered this with the expression of a man receiving information he did not request and has decided to classify as entertainment. The wedding, he said, after a moment, in the tone of someone raising a topic they have been circling for a while. 12 days. 11, as of this morning. 11. And you're cross-referencing land grants. The land grants require cross-referencing. Kasim. Ozan said his name in a particular way, gently, with no sharpness to it, the voice of someone who has decided that fondness is more useful than directness. Are you well? It was not quite a question. Ozan rarely asked questions when he already suspected the answer. He had been doing this for 9 years, the two of them at adjacent workstations through 3 administrative reorganizations, and Kasim had long ago recognized it as care. Not the invasive kind, not the kind that required him to produce anything, just the kind that placed a marker in the space and waited to see what happened. I'm well, Kasim said. His voice came out the way it always came out, level, unhurried, calibrated to the ordinary. Ozan looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the pastry. I'll get you one from the kitchen. The small almond ones, not the ones with the rose water. I know what you think of rose water. You don't have to. I already decided. He stood, brushing crumbs from the front of his robe with the practiced efficiency of a man who has always found it easier to do things than to negotiate about doing them. The cross-referencing will be there when you get back. He left. Kasim watched him go with the specific warmth he reserved for Ozan, which was different from the warmth he showed anyone else at court and which he was careful not to examine too closely, because the examination would lead him to conclusions about his own loneliness that he had organized his life, with considerable effort, not to draw. He looked at his hands. The morning light had moved another inch across the floor. The archive held its particular silence. Not the silence of emptiness, but of accumulated presence, the specific atmosphere of a room that has been full of human attention for generations and retains something of every mind that has worked in it. Kasim had always found this particular silence more companionable than most human conversation. He turned back to his documents. He corrected a misplaced date. He wrote a small, precise notation in the margin in his controlled hand, and he did not think about the wedding, and he did not think about 11 days, and he did not think about the thing he had been carefully not thinking about for longer than 11 days, for years, for almost as long as he could remember thinking about anything. He was a reasonable man. He had made reasonable arrangements. The work was in front of him, and the work was good, and the morning was proceeding exactly as mornings proceeded, and there was no particular reason for this day to be different from any other. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain on his forefinger and held it there, briefly, for no reason he could have named. Then he picked up his reed pen, and he went on. Chapter 2. What the Record Omits. The Chronicle Nazar was revising had been written by a man who confused confidence with accuracy, which was a common failure and one Nazar had largely stopped finding interesting. What he had not stopped finding interesting was the specific texture of the lies. Not malicious lies, mostly not the deliberate omissions of a man covering something up, but the gentler, more pervasive dishonesty of a man who recorded what he believed rather than what had occurred, and who believed, in the uncomplicated way of people who have never been required to question their own perception, that the two were the same thing. He underlined a sentence. The late vizier's arrival in the capital had been described as triumphant. The word triumphant implied a procession, a welcome, an atmosphere of celebration. Nazar had found, in the private correspondence of 3 separate witnesses, that the arrival had in fact been anxious, quick, and attended by a small retinue that the vizier had been at pains to keep from public notice. The procession had happened. The official account was not wholly invented, but it had happened 3 days later, once the initial private, frightened arrival had been absorbed into the palace's discretion and a more suitable story arranged to replace it. This was the work, not the chronicle itself, but the gap between the chronicle and the thing chronicled. Nazar had been annotating that gap for 6 years, since his appointment to the Royal Archive, and he had not yet found its bottom. He added a marginal note in his even, unhurried hand. CF Correspondence. Vizier Haluk's private collection, 3rd month of the previous year. The procession was arranged. The arrival was not. The steward who had delivered his morning documents was still hovering at the edge of the room. Nazar was aware of him in the way one is aware of a sound that has persisted past the point of being interesting. The steward's name was Yusuf, and he was 22, and he had decided, some months ago, that Nazar was a problem requiring management, which had led to a series of small territorial gestures that Nazar had declined to acknowledge on the grounds that acknowledging them would require him to have an opinion about Yusuf, and he had other things to do with his opinions. The restricted collection request, Yusuf said, with the precise intonation of someone repeating a thing for what they feel is an unreasonable number of times, is still under review, Nazar said, without looking up. Head Archivist Dogan said, I know what he said. He said it to me as well. He turned a page. I'll have a response by midweek. A pause. The particular quality of the pause suggested Yusuf had several more things to say and was performing the internal calculation of whether they were worth saying. He arrived, apparently, at no. His footsteps retreated. The door to the archive's east wing clicked shut. Nazar looked up. The room he occupied was technically the same archive as the one the scribes used. Same building, same institutional history, same smell of cedar oil and slow paper. But the eastern wing was separated from the main workroom by a short corridor and a change in the air quality that suggested the ventilation had been designed by 2 different people who did not speak to each other. In practice, this meant that the eastern wing was quieter, cooler, and frequented by almost no one except Nazar and, occasionally, the head archivist, who always looked slightly apologetic when he appeared and never stayed long. Nazar found this entirely acceptable. He was 34, slight through the shoulders in the way that had caused every tailor he had ever worked with to make approximately the same expression, with dark hair worn loosely to the jaw and a habit of stillness that people consistently misread as composure when it was actually closer to internal velocity. His mind went quite fast, and the body had learned, over time, to stay out of the way. He wore kohl, as he always did, applied in the morning with the unhurried care of a man for whom this was simply what getting dressed meant, not a statement. He had stopped explaining that it was not a statement some years ago. The people who needed an explanation would not be satisfied by any he gave them, and the people who did not need one had already moved on. His eyes were amber. People noticed this, and then continued to notice it in a way that he had come to understand was involuntary on their part. He did not consider this his problem to manage. He turned back to the chronicle. The late vizier's arrival. The procession arranged. The arrival not. This was the thing that occupied him, the thing that had occupied him since before he was old enough to know what to call it. The gap between the official record and the true one. Not in a polemical sense. Nazar had little patience for the romanticization of hidden truth, the archival equivalent of a man breaking into a locked room and expecting treasure. Most of what was omitted from official records was omitted for reasons of space, relevance, or the simple human failure to understand what would matter later. The omissions were rarely conspiratorial. They were usually ordinary, but they accumulated. Every small omission sat against its neighbor, and after enough time, enough years, enough chronicles, enough viziers arriving privately and processions arranged afterward, the accumulated silence became its own kind of document. The archive of what had not been said. The record of what had been considered too small, too inconvenient, too dangerous, too confusing, or simply too human to put down in ink. Nazar cared about that record. He had always cared about it, from before he understood why, in the specific way of a person who has been, themselves, in the category of things deemed better not written down. He was aware that this gave him a particular relationship to his work. He was not embarrassed by it. He reached the end of the Chronicles section and stopped. Made a note. Turned back 3 pages to check a date. It was across the room, through the door, down the short corridor, into the main archive, that he had first noticed Kasim Dervish some months ago. He had been looking for a specific administrative text and had misjudged which section it was in, and had found himself standing at the wrong shelf in the main workroom with a wrong text in his hand, at which point his gaze had moved across the room and located, at the second workstation from the far wall, a man who was reading with the complete, curtained attention of someone who had made an architecture of not being looked at. Nazar had looked at him for approximately 4 seconds, long enough to gather, late 30s, broad and contained, dark hair going gray at the temples in a way that was probably not of interest to him, an ink stain on the right forefinger that he had apparently stopped trying to remove, a quality of stillness in the hands that was not natural, the mastered kind, the kind that required maintenance. Long enough also to notice the particular precision with which the man was not noticing anything that was happening in the room around him, which was its own kind of information. Nazar had returned the wrong text to the shelf, found the correct one, and thought, that man is performing an absence. Someone taught him that was safer. He had not thought about it again immediately. Court was full of men who had learned to perform one thing or another, and Nazar had a policy, well established, sensibly maintained, of not making other people's architectures his concern. And then he had encountered Kasim Dervish twice more in the first month. And then they had been in the same room at a court function, and Kasim had moved, in the elegant automatic way of someone with long practice, to a position that kept the maximum number of people between them at all times. And Nazar had thought, with a kind of dry amusement that he recognized as unkind and did not fully suppress. Oh, he's already decided I'm a problem. He had, with equal precision, decided to find Kasim Dervish professionally irritating and personally none of his concern. This had worked for several months. He was revising that assessment. The thing Delara had said to him 2 weeks ago at a court function where he had apparently been watching Kasim Dervish cross a room without being fully aware that he was doing it. You already know what that is. You're just deciding whether to admit it. He had given her response. He could not now reconstruct what it had been. He looked at the chronicle in front of him. The vizier's triumphant arrival. The procession arranged. He picked up his pen and added a second note in the margin, below the first. The gap between the official account and the private one is not always evidence of deception. Sometimes it is evidence of the limits of what a man can afford to have witnessed. He read it back, left it. He was aware of the irony. He was a man who cared professionally and personally about what got left out of the record. He was also, at this specific moment, deliberately not writing down what he thought about the scribe at the second workstation from the far wall, and why, and what that probably meant. He turned to the next section of the chronicle. It was 10 minutes before the door at the far end opened, and he heard, in the brief interval before it closed again, the general ambient noise of the main archive. The low conversation, the movement of chairs, someone requesting a document in the over-precise tone of a man who has recently been wrong about something and is compensating. He did not look up. He was not thinking about Kasim Dervish. He was thinking about documentation, about what the record omitted, about the specific and systemic nature of certain absences. He added a third note. Who decides what is worth preserving? The question was rhetorical. He had been asking it for 6 years. He had a partial answer, which was the man with the pen, which led immediately to the follow-up question he had also been asking for 6 years and had not answered to his satisfaction. And if the man with the pen cannot write himself into the record, what then? He closed the chronicle, opened a fresh sheet, began the day's entry for the official record, present date, weather conditions, matters of administrative note. The weather was clear and cold, as it had been for a week. The matters of administrative note were several, and he wrote them in the formal register, precise and impersonal, the voice of institutional memory rather than individual mind. At the bottom of the page, in the narrow margin, he allowed himself one additional notation. It was not for the official record. It was for the other one, the one he had been keeping in parallel for 6 years, the one that would either be found someday by someone who knew how to look for it or would not be found at all. He wrote, "The scribe is afraid of being seen. He has arranged his entire life around the fear. This is not unusual. What is unusual is how visible the arrangement has become, to me, at least, perhaps to no one else. The court is full of people whose arrangements are invisible to them and legible to anyone paying attention, and I should not find this particular instance remarkable. And yet, He stopped. Read it back. And yet, he left it there, closed the page, pulled the next chronicle from a stack. Behind him, through the corridor, in the main archive, the day was proceeding with its ordinary accumulation. He did not think about who was sitting at the second workstation from a far wall. He did not think about whether the scribe had looked up when the door opened. He did not think about Delara and what she had said and the way she had not waited for his response, but simply raised an eyebrow and moved on to other topics, because Delara knew that he would arrive at the conclusion she had already reached and did not need escorting. He read. He annotated. The morning went on. The door at the end of the corridor opened again. He did not look up. The footsteps that came through it were not Yusuf's. Wrong cadence, less hesitant. They stopped at the shelf near the corridor entrance, which held the administrative text that both wings shared access to. There was the sound of a text being located and removed. Then, briefly, a pause. Nazar looked up. Kasim Dervish was standing at the shelf with the text open in one hand, and a look on his face that suggested he had not expected to find anyone in this wing and would have preferred not to. He met Nazar's gaze for exactly the amount of time that courtesy required, and not one moment more, gave a small, correct nod, and turned back toward the corridor. Nazar watched him go, said nothing. The door closed. He looked at the notation he had made in the margin, and yet, he left it there. He turned the page. He went on with his work, which was what he had always done, and which had always been enough, and which was today approximately 85% of what he was thinking about. The other 15% he filed under, matters under review. He had a policy. It was a good policy. He was not going to examine what it cost him. He began to read. Chapter 3. A Reasonable Man. The vizier's house smelled of burned aloe wood and dinner, and Kasim had been sitting at this table long enough that the pleasant part of the first smell had faded, and what remained was simply warm air and the good food he had mostly finished, and the conversation he was mostly sustaining without difficulty. Haluk Ilgaz served food the way he made political arguments, generously, with an implication that refusal would require justification. The lamb was excellent. The bread had been made that morning. There were 3 side dishes that Kasim had eaten with genuine appreciation, and a 4th involving preserved lemons that he had eaten with appreciation of a more diplomatic quality. Haluk had eaten through the meal with the focused thoroughness of a man who considered eating a task to be completed properly, and Fatma had eaten beside her father with the quiet attentiveness of a woman who had learned, at some point, that the most useful thing she could do at her father's table was be the person who noticed when the conversation needed redirecting. She was good at it. Kasim had noticed this over the 4 years of their careful, calibrated acquaintance. She was good at many things she performed so naturally that they did not immediately register as effort. The ceremony arrangements are nearly complete, Haluk said, in the tone of a man delivering progress on a project he has been managing satisfactorily. The courtyard will be arranged by morning of the second day. I've spoken to the head steward. That's efficient, Kasim said. One prefers not to leave these things to the last possible moment. Haluk reached for his wine with the ease of a man in his own house, which was what he was. It reflects on everyone involved. Of course. Fatma's gaze moved briefly to Kasim and then back to her plate, a motion so small and so quick that it might have been nothing, a reflexive glance, a habit of attention. He could not tell, and had never been entirely able to tell with her, whether she was reading him or simply present in the room. She was 32 and precise in the way of people who think clearly and have decided that thinking clearly is more useful than most of the alternatives. She had dark hair pinned back from her face with 2 silver pins that Kasim had noticed because they were the same pins she wore each time they met. Not from a lack of others, he suspected, but because she had decided they were the right ones for this context and saw no reason to revise a correct decision. He was genuinely fond of her. He wanted to be careful about what that meant and what it didn't. There will be guests from the provincial branch of the family, Haluk continued. An inconvenience of travel, but appropriate for the occasion. He looked at Kasim with the particular expression he wore when delivering information that was also an assessment. I trust your own arrangements are settled. Entirely. Good. Haluk poured more wine into Kasim's cup without asking, which was not rudeness exactly, but a habit of authority that had calcified over decades into something that wore the shape of hospitality. A man in your position benefits from settled arrangements. The archive work has been going well. Very well. The head archivist has spoken well of you. I've heard it from several directions. He said it as though Kasim's professional reputation were a thing Haluk had acquired and was now taking accurate inventory of. Consistent. Reliable. A man the court can count on. Kasim raised his cup. You're kind to say so. I'm unhurried. Haluk touched his own cup, but did not drink yet. I don't say things because they are kind. I say things because they are worth saying. Fatma said quietly, the lamb is getting cold. It was a redirection so gentle that it barely registered as one. Haluk looked at his plate, returned to it. The moment passed. Kasim looked at her. She was already looking at her own food with the serene attention of a woman who has said what she meant to say and requires no acknowledgement. He felt, as he sometimes did in her presence, something that was not desire and not indifference, but occupied a complicated space between them. Respect, yes, and genuine warmth, and also a specific low-grade grief that he did not examine directly, because it was the kind of grief that, once looked at squarely, would be very difficult to look away from. She deserved better than that grief. She deserved someone who looked at her and felt simple things. He suspected she knew she was not getting that, and he suspected further that she had accepted it for reasons of her own that she would not explain to him and that he did not have the right to ask about. This was the arrangement. It was a good arrangement, or a reasonable one, which was the version of good that he had been working with for most of his adult life. After dinner, they took tea in the sitting room, and Haluk talked about the provincial question for 20 minutes with the focused energy of a man who considers the provincial question extremely interesting, and Kasim listened and offered responses at the correct intervals and thought, very briefly and without indulgence, about nothing in particular. Fatma refilled his tea twice without being asked. The second time, she glanced at him with the precise expression of a woman who knows the conversation is not the conversation, and he held her gaze for one moment before looking away. She said nothing. She never said anything. He was not sure whether this was grace or its own kind of distance. He left at the correct hour, made his correct farewells, and walked back through the palace corridors in the cool of the evening with his hands folded behind his back and his footsteps unhurried, the route memorized in the particular deep way of paths taken so many times they had become indistinguishable from habit. The palace at night had a different quality than the palace by day. The same stone, the same corridors, the same arrangement of space. But stripped of most of its human traffic, it became something more architectural, more indifferent, the built ambitions of centuries of accumulated power visible in the proportions of the arches and the height of the ceilings in a way that the day's business obscured. Kasim had always liked it better at night. It did not perform for him. He was passing the courtyard fountain, the one with the star-shaped basin, an older design that predated the current court's aesthetic preferences by 100 years and that no one had bothered to replace, when he heard footsteps behind him and turned to find Ozan, slightly out of breath, with a piece of fruit he was eating with the nonchalant energy of a man who has accomplished something. Dinner. The vizier's house, Kasim said. Of course. Ozan fell in a step beside him without being invited, which was one of the things about Ozan that would have been presumptuous in anyone else, and that in him was simply the natural expression of someone who has decided that proximity is a form of generosity. The good lamb. The good lamb. I had fish, not the good fish. He ate another piece of fruit. Ow, is the vizier. Efficient. Efficient. Ozan considered this. And the daughter. Fatma. Fatma, yes. He said the name with the careful weight of someone placing something down gently. And how is Fatma? She's well. She's always well. She's the kind of woman who is structurally well. I'm asking something different. He paused to finish the fruit and dispose of the core with the practiced accuracy of a man who has thrown things at specific distances for many years. I'm asking if you're all right, Kasim. You asked me the same thing this morning. I'm Fero. The fountain caught a strip of lamplight from somewhere and threw it across the basin in a crooked line. Kasim watched it as they passed. I'm fine. The arrangements are settled. The work is in good order, and in 11 days, everything will proceed as expected. Ozan said. The sound was not agreement. It was not disagreement. It was the specific vocalization of a man who has decided that his friend is saying the right things in the wrong way, and that the gap between those two facts is not his business to address unless asked. Kasim had known him for 9 years. He was not going to ask. The almond pastries were good, Kasim said instead. Ozan brightened. This was one of the things Kasim genuinely appreciated about him. The completeness with which he committed to food as a conversational direction, not as a deflection, but as a sincere alternative route to the same destination, which was, I want you to be all right. I will not force the issue. Here is something we can both care about without cost. Weren't they? The kitchen switched suppliers for the almond paste last spring. I noticed immediately. He launched into an account of this, detailed and affectionate, and Kasim listened with the particular warmth he reserved for Ozan, and walked and let the night air move past him and thought, very carefully, about nothing. The fountain receded behind them. The corridor narrowed. At the next junction, Ozan went right toward his own quarters, and Kasim went straight toward his, and they parted with the easy casualness of two men who have said good night to each other so many times that good night is no longer a statement, but a punctuation. Kasim's rooms were on the 4th floor, above the secondary archive, with a window that faced east and a narrow view of the courtyard wall and a sliver of the city beyond it. He had arranged the furniture 11 years ago and had not significantly reorganized it since, because the arrangement was functional and he had other things to do with his attention. The desk was clear. The lamp was low. His evening clothes were in their place. He sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at his hands. 11 days. The calculation was clear. He had made it many times and had arrived at the same answer from every direction. The wedding was the correct thing. The wedding was what a man in his position, at his age, with his life arranged the way it was arranged, did. It would be a good marriage in the ways that mattered. Respectful, functional, with a woman he was genuinely fond of who would, he suspected, make reasonable demands and receive his regard without excessive expectation. He had seen worse arrangements. He had seen men deeply unhappy in worse arrangements. By the relevant measures, he was fortunate. He knew this. He had known it for years. He had agreed to it for good reasons, and the reasons were still good. And in 11 days, he would stand in the courtyard and say what was required to be said, and the page would turn, and his life would proceed in its settled, reliable, appropriate direction. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain on his forefinger. Beneath the settled life, beneath the reasonable arrangement, beneath the practical calculations that had governed him since 19, the faint, persistent presence of a question he did not ask himself, that he had trained himself not to ask, that arrived sometimes anyway in the night with the patient quality of something that has been waiting a very long time and has learned not to announce itself. He did not ask it. He extinguished the lamp. He lay back in the dark and listened to the palace settling around him, the stone and timber adjusting to the night's temperature, the distant sound of the guard change, the particular quality of a building full of sleeping people that was different from all other silences. He was a reasonable man. He had made reasonable arrangements. This was the life he had built, and it was solid, and it was his, and he was going to walk into it in 11 days with his hands steady and his expression calibrated and his performance so good that even he would eventually forget it was a performance. He had done it before. He had done it for 19 years. He closed his eyes. He did not think about Fatma's expression at the table. He did not think about the gap between what was in the official record and what was true. He did not think about the thing he could not afford to think about. He lay still in the dark and waited, with the discipline of long practice, for sleep. It came, eventually. It always did. Chapter 4. The Painter and the Pest. The argument started, as the best arguments do, over something that was genuinely worth arguing about. The term was Mustasar, a title appearing in an administrative document from the previous century that Kasim was cross-referencing against a current boundary claim, and that Nazar had, at some earlier point, translated in a chronicle annotation in a way that was not precisely wrong, but was also not precisely right, and that had implications for how the chain of authority in the document was read, which had implications for the boundary claim, which Kasim had brought to the archive, shared consultation desk for exactly the reason that these things required verification. He had not expected Nazar Aben to be at the consultation desk. He had not, he would say in some imagined accounting of this moment that he would conduct later, not expected him in the sense of not having considered the possibility. He had considered it. Nazar was also a senior figure in the archive. The consultation desk was a shared resource. There was no reason of policy or logistics preventing them from occupying it simultaneously. He had considered it and assessed it as unlikely and arrived to find it was not. The man was reading with one knee crossed over the other and a cup of something steaming at his elbow, his dark hair falling slightly across one eye in a way that suggested he had not noticed or had noticed and not cared, which was, Kasim had come to feel, a reliable summary of Nazar Aben as a phenomenon. He looked up when Kasim arrived. He did not appear surprised. "Dervish," he said, in the tone of a man noting a weather event. "Aben." Kasim set his documents on the desk with the deliberate evenness of someone ensuring that nothing about the placement communicates anything. "I won't be long. You're welcome to take as long as you need." He looked back at his own text, which was the equivalent of a man indicating that he has laid down his weapons while keeping them very close. Kasim found the section he needed. He checked his cross-reference. He noticed the annotation. He looked at it for a moment longer than was strictly required. "This translation," he said. Nazar glanced up. His amber eyes moved to the page Kasim was indicating. "Yes, you've rendered Mustasar as advisor." "I have." "That's," he stopped. "Reorganized." In this specific period, in this specific administrative context, the term indicates a role closer to delegated executive authority. The distinction matters for how the chain of command in this document is read. Nazar considered the page. The distinction is contested. By whom? By scholars working in the Eastern provincial records, which I grant you is not this document's primary context, but the term had not fully standardized by this period. He reached across and turned the document to read it more directly. "Show me the passage you're cross-referencing." Kasim showed him. Nazar read it with the specific, complete attention he gave to texts, the kind that made people feel simultaneously that their work was being taken seriously and that any errors in it were about to be identified. He said nothing for long enough that Kasim became aware of the quality of the silence, which was not uncomfortable exactly, but had a texture to it. "The claim depends on this chain of authority," Nazar said finally. "Yes, and if Mustasar is read as delegated executive rather than advisor, the intermediary figure has binding rather than consultative authority, which means the boundary decision doesn't require the vizier's direct seal to be valid." He looked up, which strengthens the current claim considerably. "Yes." Nazar looked at the annotation again. His expression was the careful expression of a man who is checking his own work rather than defending it, which Kasim noted without knowing what to do with. "I wrote this 6 months ago, before the provincial collection was cross-indexed." He was quiet for a moment. "You're right that the context changes the reading. Advisor is technically defensible, but interpretively incomplete." He reached for his pen. "I'll revise it." This was the moment at which Kasim had expected to experience satisfaction, which was the correct emotional response to having been right about something, and which he would have experienced without difficulty if Nazar had either argued more strenuously or capitulated with less precision. Instead, the man was revising his annotation with the unhurried thoroughness of someone updating a record rather than losing a dispute, and the satisfaction remained stubbornly hypothetical. "The Eastern provincial argument," Kasim said, because apparently he was going to continue this. "The scholars using it, they're working from a specific subcategory of administrative text that doesn't generalize to this kind of boundary claim." "I know," Nazar was writing. "I cited it as context for the contestation, not as evidence for my translation. Those are different things." He glanced up briefly. "The original annotation was imprecise. I'm not arguing for it. You said the distinction was contested. It is contested. That doesn't mean both positions are equally supportable in this context." He finished writing, set down his pen, looked at the revised note. "Better." Kasim looked at the revision. It was better. It was, in fact, a cleaner solution than the one he had been about to propose, which made one specific adjustment to the annotation language that he had not thought of. He considered this for a moment with the detached objectivity he applied to problems in the archive and not, generally, to other things. The Eastern Provincial argument, he said again, more slowly. You read the collection. I was in it for 3 weeks last spring. Nazar began reorganizing the documents in front of him with the ease of a man returning to his own work. The subcategorization you're thinking of is valid for the 15th century. This document is earlier. The administrative terminology was still being negotiated, which is exactly why the context matters. Yes, a pause, which is what I said. The silence that followed had a slightly different quality than the silences before it. Not hostile. They had moved through hostile somewhere in the second exchange and come out somewhere less defined. Kasim looked at the revised annotation. Nazar looked at his text. The consultation desk, which was built for 2 people to occupy simultaneously and which both of them were pretending to inhabit in only the most technical sense, held them both. The boundary claim, Nazar said, without looking up. The current family, they're Haluk Ilgaz clients. Kasim went still. It was a small stillness, controlled, the kind that would not register to most people as a response at all. He was aware of it. He was aware that the stillness was a tell, and he was aware that Nazar was the kind of person who read tells, and he was aware that he had just confirmed, with 1/2 second of controlled silence, that the mention of Haluk Ilgaz's name did something to his composure. They are, he said, neutral. The vizier has several clients with interests in that region. Nazar's gaze moved briefly to him. Nothing in it that Kasim could read as anything particular. The revision should help them. If you want to include it in your cross-referencing. Thank you. Thank the Eastern Provincial Collection. He turned a page. They were extremely thorough. Kasim gathered his documents. He did it at the unhurried pace that he used for everything. Not quick, not deliberate, simply the pace of a man who has somewhere to be and is proceeding toward it. He was aware, as he gathered them, that he had not entirely won the argument and had not entirely lost it, which was not the outcome he preferred but was more honest than either pure victory or pure concession. He was also aware that Haluk Ilgaz's name in Nazar's mouth had produced a response in him that he would spend the walk back to his workstation actively not analyzing. He picked up the documents. He nodded correctly. Good morning. Good morning, Nazar said, already reading. Kasim walked back to his workstation through the archive's main room with his hands steady and his pace unchanged and a quality of irritation at the back of his mind that was not entirely about the translation. He sat down. He looked at the revised annotation. He had made a note of the new language in his working copy. He could use it. It was, as he had already acknowledged to himself, the cleaner solution. That it had come from Nazar, Aben was a detail he could afford to find unremarkable. He found it unremarkable. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain on his forefinger. Unremarkable. He picked up his pen and went back to work. And the quality of the irritation at the back of his mind gradually diminished and did not entirely disperse, which was the other thing about Nazar Aben that Kasim had begun, without deciding to keep a private accounting of. The man was the only person at court whose presence did not eventually resolve into something manageable. Everyone else, Kasim had found, could be reduced to a known quantity over enough time. Their habits, their concerns, their particular configurations of ambition and insecurity that made them predictable and therefore safe. Nazar had been in his peripheral awareness for months and remained, at every interval, slightly out of focus in a way that Kasim did not entirely know what to do with. He told himself this was because Nazar was professionally unusual. It was, he told himself, purely a matter of professional register. He believed this approximately 80%. In the Eastern Wing, sometime after Kasim left, Nazar sat with the revised annotation and did not think about the scribe at the second workstation from a far wall. He thought about the revision. It was cleaner. Dervish had been right that the context changed the reading, and Nazar had no patience for the version of professional dignity that required him to argue with a correct observation because it came from an inconvenient direction. The annotation was better. This was what mattered. What he was not thinking about was the stillness. He had noticed it, the half-second of controlled silence when he mentioned Haluk Ilgaz's name. He was not certain what it meant and was not going to speculate. He had a policy about speculation in the direction of Kasim Dervish. It was not a productive use of his attention, and he had sufficient attention-consuming work without adding to it. He thought about the conversation with Dilara in the Eastern Garden 2 weeks ago, when she had appeared at his side at a court function with the serenity of a woman who has something to say and has decided that now is when she will say it. She had not said it exactly. She had looked across the courtyard at where Kasim was standing with one of the administrative heads, talking with the precise and somewhat distant politeness of someone who has arranged themselves carefully, and she had said, "You already know what that is. You're just deciding whether to admit it." He had said something. He could not now remember what. She had raised one eyebrow, which was her version of her not fooling anyone, and moved on to ask him about the Eastern collection, which she was always willing to discuss because she was genuinely curious about it, and because she had the practical wisdom to understand that a man who will not talk about one thing will sometimes talk about another thing instead, and that the two conversations are often underneath the same conversation. He had talked about the collection. He had not talked about the other thing. He was not going to make a decision about the other thing. He had a policy. The policy was sound. It had been built on actual experience of what happened when he let himself exist in the same orbit as a man who needed him to be invisible, and the experience had been instructive, and he had no interest in repeating the course. He turned a page. The argument today had been good, genuinely good, the kind of argument that produced a better result than either position started with. He would not have expected that. He had expected Dervish to be right and rigid about it, the way precise men sometimes were, the way men who had built their professional identity on being thorough sometimes weaponized their thoroughness against disagreement. He had not been rigid. He had been right. And when Nazar had also been right about different elements of the question, he had listened to those elements with the specific attention of a man who was actually interested in arriving at the correct answer rather than winning. Nazar found this unexpectedly interesting. He filed it. In the restricted section at the back of the eastern wing, on the third shelf from the top, there was a text that neither of them had yet addressed. A volume from the archive's oldest holdings, a manuscript with a disputed translation that had been sitting unresolved in the collection for 6 years, flagged but not corrected, waiting for someone with sufficient access and sufficient knowledge of the relevant period to commit to a resolution. Nazar had been working toward it for 2 months. He suspected, from the patterns of recent administrative requests, that Dervish had been working toward it as well, from a different direction. They would arrive at it eventually. He was not going to think about that. He reached for his cup. It had gone cold while he was arguing about Mustasar, which was the thing that always happened when he let work become interesting. The tea cooled, the time passed, the day reorganized itself around the thing that mattered. He drank it cold. He went back to the Chronicle. He was not thinking about Kasim Dervish. He was thinking about the record, about the gap, about the thing that gets left out. The mint in the courtyard garden was visible through the eastern wing's small window, growing untidily along the far wall. He had not planted it. It had simply arrived, as plants do when they find conditions agreeable, and grown in the direction of whatever light was available. And he had decided at some point that this was its own kind of argument, and had not removed it. He looked at it for a moment, looked back at his work. He went on. Chapter 5. The night before everything. The palace had been quieter than usual all day, which Kasim had noticed, but not attributed to anything in particular until mid-afternoon, when Ozan appeared at the edge of his workstation with the specific expression of a man who has recently received information he is not certain how to classify. "There's something at the outer gates," Ozan said, keeping his voice below the ambient noise of the archive. "What kind of something?" "The guard change was doubled this morning. Nobody's saying why." He looked at the window as though the courtyard beyond it might be more informative. "The usual noise from the outer courtyard has been absent since noon. I noticed because I went to get bread from a vendor near the east gate, and the vendor was not there, and neither were the 3 other vendors who are always there, and the guards at the eastern passage were the formal kind." Kasim thought about this. A visiting delegation, unannounced, with no preparation in the main reception hall. Ozan made a gesture that conveyed productive skepticism. That would be unusual. A security concern, then? That's what I think. He paused. There have been murmurs from two of the administrative clerks about something near the outer walls. Not clear what. I didn't press. He looked at Kasim with the expression of a man who has learned the value of not pressing. I'm sure it will resolve. I'm sure it will, Kasim said. Ozan went back to his own work. Kasim finished the page he was on, noted the doubled guard change in his mental inventory of relevant facts, and filed it under Not My Concern, a category that held most of the palace's operational decisions and that he had been maintaining conscientiously for 19 years. By evening, most of the archive staff had left. This was normal. The archive closed in the official sense at the second evening prayer, though the practical reality was that people left when there were permitted or, more frequently, when it didn't permit, but they left anyway. Kasim generally stayed later than others. Not dramatically later. He was not the kind of man who performed dedication through visible suffering, but late enough that the room achieved the quiet he preferred for the end-of-day documentation, the filing, the small organizational tasks that required concentration and were easier without the ambient awareness of other people being present. He had 3 documents left. He worked through them with a methodical attention that characterized his evenings, made his final notations, capped his ink, returned 2 reference texts to their proper positions on the shelf. The lamp was lower than he'd meant to let it get. He trimmed it. Better. He was nearly ready to leave when he remembered the boundary document. It was in the restricted collection. He had been meaning to pull it for a week. Not urgently, but consistently, the way things accumulated on the edge of his intention when the day filled up with other demands. The cross-referencing for the boundary claim was nearly complete, and the restricted document was the final piece. He would need it in the morning. If he collected it now, he could begin with it at dawn rather than spending the first hour of the morning retrieving it. This was the reasoning. It was efficient reasoning. He did not examine it further. The restricted collection occupied its own room at the back of the archive, a smaller chamber, stone-walled, with the particular smell of old binding material and the slow exhalation of text that had been sitting for centuries. Access required his authorization, which he had, and the key that was kept in the main archivist's office, which he also had because Dogan had given him semi-permanent access 3 years ago after the 4th time Kasim had needed to wait for the key and had done so without complaint in a way that made the waiting look, somehow, like an additional form of efficiency. He unlocked the restricted room and went in. The lamp he'd brought with him threw light across the first 3 shelves. He moved deeper toward the section where the boundary-relevant texts were kept, counting rows in the way of a man whose spatial memory for documents is, at this point, involuntary. 3rd shelf, 4 from the left. He reached for the volume. It was not where he expected it to be. Not missing. The shelf was full, everything in its proper place, no gap, which meant it had been moved. Recently, probably because the order of the surrounding text was still correct and misplacement tended to propagate in time. He turned to check the adjacent shelf. The light from the doorway changed. He turned. Nazar Aben was standing at the entrance to the restricted room, a lamp in one hand and a look of equal but more thoroughly concealed surprise on his face. He wore, Kasim noticed with the irrelevant attention of a man whose mind is cataloging while his better judgment is occupied elsewhere, a darker robe than during the day, slightly less formal, the kind of person changed into for late work rather than court presentation. The coal was still there. It was, apparently, always there. Dervish, he said. Aben. Kasim looked at the shelf. Look back at him. You have a text. Nazar glanced at the volume under his arm. Kasim could now see it, the distinctive bindings of the older restricted collection, the right shelf, the right position on that shelf. The naked correspondence? The boundary survey attached to it. I need it for the Ilgaz claim. A pause that lasted slightly longer than a pause of simple information processing. I was using it this evening. I was going to return it before I left. Were you nearly finished? Not entirely. He looked at Kasim with the amber gaze that Kasim had developed a reflexive resistance to on the grounds that it always seemed to be registering something Kasim hadn't chosen to disclose. I can return it first thing tomorrow. I plan to begin with it at dawn. Then we could both work from it tonight. A pause. Unless you need the full text. I'm working from the survey in particular. So am I. The statement sat between them. The restricted room was small. 2 people in it with 2 lamps was not uncomfortable exactly, but it was a specific kind of not uncomfortable that requires some acknowledgement of proximity. Kasim was accustomed to close spaces in the archive. He was less accustomed to sharing them with Nazar Ibn. "All right," Kasim said. It was the efficient answer. They moved to the table at the room's center. Small, intended for 1 person, but functional for 2 if both people were willing to treat the available space as a variable rather than a fixed quantity. Nazar opened the text to the survey section. Kasim brought his own lamp closer. The restriction room's lamp mount was on the wall rather than the ceiling, which meant the light came from the wrong angle for extended reading, and both of them angled their own lamps to compensate, which was the kind of small practical coordination that did not require negotiation. They worked in silence for a quarter hour. It was not an uncomfortable silence. Kasim was aware of it, aware of the quality of another person working near him, the small sounds of pages and pen, and the occasional pause that indicated reading rather than writing, but it did not impinge on his concentration in the way that other presences sometimes did. He noted this without drawing a conclusion from it. People varied in how much space they occupied in a room. Some people occupied more than their bodies actually required. Nazar Ibn occupied, somehow less. It was probably a cultivated quality. Kasim was not going to find it notable. He found the passage he needed. He made his notation. He was reaching for the document beneath the survey when the sound came from outside the restricted room, a deep, definitive thunk of iron sliding against iron. The bolt on the outer archive door. Both of them looked up. A second sound, lower, more distant. The inner corridor door, the same mechanism. Not opening. Closing. Kasim set down his pen. He looked at the restricted room's entrance, which had no separate bolt. The outer archives bolt was the security point, and it was very large, and it had just moved. He walked to the entrance and looked into the main archive. The outer door was closed. The lamp on the main desk had been extinguished by the draft of the closing. The windows showed full dark. He walked to the outer door, put his hand on the iron handle. It did not move. He tried it again, correctly, not with force, simply with the deliberate application of the motion that opened doors, and the handle moved through its range, and nothing happened because the bolt was on the other side and the bolt was closed. He stood with his hand on the handle. Behind him, in the restricted room's doorway, Nazar had appeared. He took in a lamp extinguished on the desk. The dark windows, Kasim's hand on the handle. He said nothing. The palace's doubled guard. The vendors absent from the east gate. The quality of the quiet all afternoon, the kind that happens when movement has been restricted rather than when movement has simply stopped. The lockdown was real then, and it had found them inside. Kasim let go of the handle. He turned to face the empty archive room, the dark desks, the shelves holding their patient texts, the narrow windows admitting the lamplight from the courtyard outside, but not the moon, which was behind cloud. The room was entirely familiar and entirely different from every other time he had been in it, because every other time he had been in it, he had been able to leave. He looked at his hands. Nazar was still in the doorway. He was not performing anything. Not alarm, not composure, not the particular kind of studied calm that was actually anxiety in disguise. He was simply present with the situation, which was what it was, and waiting for the information that would determine what it required. The security concern at the outer gates, Kasim said. Yes, Nazar said. It appears to have escalated. So it appears. Kasim looked at the outer door, at the bolt mechanism, the kind that engaged from the outside, the kind that the guards would release when the concern resolved, the kind he had no ability to address from this side. He looked at the windows. Too narrow, too high. It will resolve, he said. Yes, Nazar said. He looked at the archive around them. The documents. The table in the restricted room. The 2 lamps still burning. The particular quality of the dark where the lamplight did not reach. 10 days until the wedding. 9 now. The midnight hour having passed somewhere in the archives locked quiet. The ceremony was at mid-morning. It was approximately 2 hours past the second evening prayer, which put the wedding at roughly 10 hours away. He calculated this once and then stopped calculating it. We might as well work, he said. We might as well, Nazar agreed. He was still in the doorway. He was watching Kasim with no expression that Kasim could name accurately, and the thought arrived, sudden and cold and entirely clear. There is nowhere to be invisible here. The archive was not large. The restricted room was smaller. The night was spread out before them like something poured, unhurried, with no interest in how long it took. And Nazar Aben was standing in the doorway, with his lamp and his amber gaze, and his quality of occupying less space than he should, and Kasim was standing at the door that would not open, and between them was the rest of the night, and all the documents, and no distance that could be credibly maintained for 10 hours without becoming its own statement. Kasim turned back toward the restricted room. "The survey," he said. "Yes," Nazar said, and moved aside to let him through, and the night began in earnest. Chapter 6. The Argument About the Manuscript. They worked for another hour. This was the surface of things, and both of them maintained it with the professional discipline of men who have spent their careers understanding that surfaces are load-bearing. The boundary survey was genuinely complex. The naked correspondence that accompanied it had been incorrectly cataloged sometime in the last century. Not maliciously, simply by someone who had not understood the relationship between the survey and the letters, and who had therefore indexed them as separate items, when they were in fact a single argument made in 2 registers. Nazar had noticed this 2 weeks ago and had been working through the correspondence in sequence. Kasim had noticed the survey first and had been working through it from the other direction. He was beginning to understand, not duplicating work, but triangulating it. He did not find this comforting. "The third letter contradicts the survey's boundary claim," he said, because the work was in front of him and ignoring it would itself be a performance. Nazar looked up from the correspondence. "Which clause?" "The western tributary. The survey places the boundary at the tributary's mouth. The third letter describes a negotiated compromise that moved it upstream by approximately a quarter league based on the land measurements in the fourth letter." Nazar was already reading the third letter. He had a habit, Kasim had observed, of reading with his head very slightly tilted. Not skepticism, as he had initially categorized it, but attention of a particular quality, the body's acknowledgement that the mind had gone somewhere and required a moment to follow. "The fourth letter isn't in this collection." "I know. It was separated. It's in the secondary archive under a different cataloging number." A pause. "You've read it. Twice. The measurements are clear." Nazar set down the letter. He looked at the survey. He looked at the space between the letter and the survey with the expression of a man recognizing a problem he is not going to be able to leave alone. If the boundary was renegotiated upstream, the current claim is based on the wrong document. The survey, yes, which is what has been cited, because the fourth letter is filed separately and nobody has connected them. Correct. Nazar was quiet for a moment. Kasim used the moment to reach for the naked correspondence and turn to the section he had marked. The lamp between them was steady. The restricted room had no draft, which was one of its advantages and one of the reasons Kasim had, in the early part of the evening that felt considerably further away than its actual distance, preferred it to the main archive. "This doesn't help Haluk Ilgaz," Nazar said. "Not a question." "No." Kasim turned a page. "It doesn't help him at all." Another pause. This one had a different texture than the work pauses, shorter, with more going on in it. Kasim was aware of this and kept his attention on the page. "The manuscript," Nazar said. He said it differently than he had said anything else in the last hour. Not a pivot in direction, but a deepening of the same direction. Kasim looked up. Nazar had pulled a different text from the shelf to his left. Not the correspondence, not the survey. Older. Kasim recognized the bindings. It was the volume they had both been working toward, the one that Nazar had planted in Chapter 4 like a seed, and that Kasim had been pretending, with moderate success, not to have been thinking about. The disputed manuscript from the oldest collection. The translation error that had sat uncorrected for 6 years. "That's not related to the boundary claim," Kasim said. "No." Nazar set it on the table between them. "We have time." The statement landed with its full weight. They had time. They had, in fact, approximately 9 hours, and the boundary documents were resolved in any meaningful sense. The remaining work was transcription and formal notation, the kind of work that could be done in the morning or not done at all, and both of them knew this, and neither had mentioned it, and now Nazar had mentioned it in the form of a manuscript between them on the table. Kasim looked at it. He looked at Nazar. He picked up the manuscript. The text was old enough that the paper had developed the particular texture of aged documents. Not fragile, exactly, but communicating its age in the way of something that has been handled by many careful hands and has absorbed their attention. The script was an older register of Ottoman, formal in the way that courtly documents from that period were formal, with the specific conventions of address and authority that required a specialized reading to navigate. Kasim was fluent in it. He had expected, without examining the expectation, that Nazar was not. He turned to the disputed passage. "Read it." He read it again. "This translation," he said, and heard the echo of the morning's conversation and did not comment on it. "Yes," Nazar said. He had his own copy, a transcription, Kasim could see, made in his careful hand with the disputed passage marked. Whoever translated this rendered ist, as here, is, a demonstrative, a presentation. Yes, it's a statement of arrival. The narrator is not presenting something to the audience. The narrator is describing their own arrival at a conclusion. He looked at Nazar. The difference changes the entire passage. I know. Nazar's voice was even. The current translation reads the passage as a declaration of doctrine. The correct translation reads it as a record of personal reckoning. Not doctrine, Kasim said more slowly. A man arriving at something he has been afraid to arrive at. Yes. The words sat between them with more inside it than it needed to hold. Kasim turned the page. The passage continued. 2 more verses that built on the first. That became, when read with the correct understanding of ist, not a proclamation, but an account of a private recognition. He read them in silence, then aloud, because the old courtly register had a rhythm that required voice to fully parse, because he had always done this with difficult passages, because the room was quiet and it did not occur to him until the words were already out to consider why he was choosing to read them aloud to this particular person in this particular room. He stopped. The silence afterward was different from all the silences before it in this room. Not hostile, not uncertain. Something else, the silence of something that has been named, without either of them having named it. "You read it differently than the transcription," Nazar said. His voice had a quality to it. Not softness exactly, something more precise than softness. "The meter requires," Kasim stopped, reorganized. He was very aware, suddenly, of how he was sitting, the angle of his shoulders, the position of his hands, the distance between himself and the lamp that was not quite enough distance to put his face in shadow. He had spent 30 years being very aware of these things, of the geometry of his own body in a room, of what was and was not communicating something. He was aware of it now, and he could not find the correct adjustment. There was no correct adjustment. The restricted room was 9 feet wide, and the table was in the center, and across it Nazar Aben was sitting with the expression of a man who is not going to pretend he didn't hear something. The meter requires the first stress to fall on the act, not the object, Kasim said. He said it in the voice he used for documents, which changes the reading. It's a technical point. It is, Nazar said. It's also not what you were thinking about when you read aloud. Kasim went still. It was the stillness the reader had been taught to recognize. The hands, the careful absence of motion, the quality of a man holding something in place. He was aware that it was happening. He was aware that Nazar could see it happening. He was aware that the awareness was itself information, that the careful, controlled surface of this night was developing, without his permission, a crack that had been working its way through the stone for months. "The translation is wrong," he said. "Precise. Technical. The 6-year error is the rendering of ist. The corrected reading changes the passage from a doctrinal statement to a personal narrative. That is the relevant issue." "Yes," Nazar said. "I'll note the correction in the margin. In the morning." "All right." The silence. Kasim looked at the manuscript. Nazar looked at Kasim. "You read it well," Nazar said, finally. Not as praise, as observation, the specific, ungarnished kind he applied to accurate things. "You read it as though you knew what arriving at something felt like." Kasim looked up. Nazar's face was doing what it did. The thing Kasim had spent months calling arrogance because it was easier than calling it what it actually was. The coal had been worn for many hours by this point and had blurred very slightly at the outer corners, which changed the quality of his gaze from its daytime precision to something both more and less readable. He was not pressing. He was not waiting for anything. He was simply present in the room, in the specific way he was always present, and he had said a true thing aloud, and he was not going to take it back. The translation requires, Kasim started. I'm not talking about the translation. Another brick. He could feel it, somewhere in the careful architecture, the specific sensation of something shifting that had been load-bearing and was now rearranging the weight above it. Aben. His voice came out controlled. It took some effort. You are, he stopped. The sentence had several possible endings, and none of them were ones he was prepared to complete in this room, in this lamplight, with this much of the night left ahead of them. I'm not asking you anything, Nazar said. And then, after a moment, I'm just not pretending I didn't hear it. The manuscript was still open between them. The disputed passage. The 6-year error. The word is that had been incorrectly rendered as a declaration when it was an arrival, a recognition, a man coming to the end of a long journey and finding himself standing somewhere he had not allowed himself to expect. Kasim looked at it. The reading changes the whole passage, he said. It was not about the manuscript. Nazar heard it. He did not make it into something Kasim had to manage. He simply picked up his pen and, with the deliberate care he gave to matters of record, drew a single line beneath the disputed word in his transcription. A marker, an acknowledgement. It does, he said. The night held them. The lamp between them burned with its small, steady conviction. Outside the archive's narrow windows, the palace continued its lockdown. The courtyard lamps visible through the glass, the guards moving in their formal patterns, the world maintaining its business of being ordinary while in this room, at this table, over this manuscript. Something had shifted in the careful, costly architecture of a man who had spent 30 years being very good at not moving. One brick. Kasim breathed. He put the manuscript down with the care he gave all old texts and did not examine whether his hands were entirely steady. We should, he said, and then did not know how to finish that sentence either. Yes, Nazar said, which was not an answer to the sentence, but was an answer to something else, something the room had been holding for the last quarter hour, and which was the first honest exchange they had had that neither of them would later be able to call professional. Kasim reached for his pen. He corrected the margin in his small, controlled hand. The word is the proper rendering, a single line of annotation that was technically a resolution and that both of them understood was not the thing that had just happened. He set the pen down. The silence between them now was not hostile, and it was not uncertain. It was something else, something Kasim did not have a word for and had not needed a word for in all his careful years, because he had never sat in a room this small with a man who refused to be managed and stayed anyway. It's late, he said. It is, Nazar agreed. Neither of them moved. Chapter 7. The bolt slides shut. It was Kasim who moved first, and what he did was sit down. Not in the chair at the table. He had been in that chair, and the chair was the position of a man who was working, who had a task in front of him and a reason to be here, and the task was finished, and the reason had become something else entirely. He moved to the shelves along the far wall, the ones he had noticed when they first came into the restricted room, the ones with the water-damaged spines that nobody touched, that had been water-damaged for long enough that the damage was simply part of them now, unworrying, permanent. He sat on the floor with his back against the lowest shelf and his legs stretched out in front of him and his hands resting on his knees. He did not explain it. Nazar watched him for a moment. Then, without comment, he picked up his cup, empty. The tea had been cold for a long time and finished for longer, and came to sit against the same shelf, leaving a foot of space between them. He stretched his own legs out. He set the cup beside him. The lamp on the table continued to burn. From this angle it threw the room differently. Longer shadows, the shelves becoming architectural in their depth, the ceiling receding into warm dark. The manuscript was still open on the table, the corrected annotation visible from here in Kasim's controlled hand, a small precise record of a thing that had happened. Kasim looked at the ceiling. He was waiting, he realized, for the familiar closing mechanism, The way his mind had always, in moments of approach, produced the necessary distance. The correct argument. The reminder of what he had built and why he had built it and what he stood to lose, which was everything, which was always the answer, which had always been sufficient. He waited for it with the patience of a man who has relied on a tool for 30 years and trusts it to be there. It was slower than usual. "The survey is resolved," he said, not because the survey required mentioning, because he was a man who spoke in complete, precise sentences, and this was one he could complete. "Yes," Nazar said. "In the morning the annotation will be added to the formal record. The Ilgaz claim will need to be revised." He paused. "Haluk will not be pleased. No, he is not a man who receives revision gracefully. Few men who have confused their desires with their entitlements are." Nazar said it without particular emphasis. The observation of someone who has watched this specific configuration of personality for long enough that it has become unremarkable. It will be an uncomfortable conversation for someone. For the head archivist, most likely. Kasim considered this. Dogan will handle it. He has a gift for delivering unwelcome corrections in language that makes the recipient feel consulted rather than contradicted. A useful gift. The most useful gift in the palace, I sometimes think. A pause. Then, from Nazar, "What's the second most useful?" Kasim thought about it. The quality of the question, genuine, offered without agenda, produced in him the specific and unfamiliar sensation of being asked something because someone wanted to know the answer. The ability, he said, to be in a room with someone who is wrong about something important and not correct them immediately. "Do you have that gift?" "No." Nazar made a sound beside him. Quiet, not quite a laugh, but adjacent to one, and Kasim heard it with his whole body in a way that was information he filed without examining. "I noticed," Nazar said. They sat in the small, settled way of two people who have stopped performing their arrangement and are simply in the room. Outside, somewhere in the palace, a door closed, the sound carrying through stone in the way of palace sounds, arriving stripped of context. A guard changing position, a steward returning to quarters, something that had nothing to do with them. "I've been at court 19 years, Kasim said. He was not sure, when he started the sentence, where it was going. He arrived at its end by following it. "I know the layout of this building better than the layout of the village where I grew up. I haven't been back to the village in 20 years. "Where is it?" "South of Bursa. Very small. The kind of place where everyone knows what you are before you do." He said it flatly as fact. It landed between them as something else. Nazar did not move. "Is that why you left?" "I left because a tutor wrote me a letter of recommendation, and I was 19, and the palace was the palace." He paused. "But yes, that was also why I left." The sentence was the most precise thing he had said in this room that was not about documents. He was aware of it. He was aware that Nazar was aware of it. He reached, from habit, for the closing mechanism, and found it still slow, still lagging behind where he needed it to be, like a guard who has been given the wrong hour for the shift change. "The village," Nazar said, after a moment. "Were they wrong? About what you were?" Kasim pressed his thumb against the ink stain on his forefinger. "No," he said. A long quiet. Not hostile, not waiting. The silence of two people who have arrived somewhere together and are both looking at it without knowing, yet, what to do next. "I have been at court 6 years, Nazar said. Before that, Thessaloniki. Before that, 3 years traveling with a cartographer who needed someone to write and didn't ask irrelevant questions." He said it in the same register Kasim had used. Not confession, not performance, just the recitation of a life to another person in a room where there was nothing else to do with the night. "I have never lived in a village. I think this is the reason I am still alive in the particular way I am alive." The particular way. Visible. He said it simply. "I made a decision early that the performance required to hide what I am would cost more than the risk of not hiding it. I was 21. I was probably right. The cost of the decision has been other things." A pause. Different things. Kasim turned his head and looked at him. This was the first time he had looked at Nazar directly since they moved to the floor, and the lamplight from the table was doing something to the angle of the man's face that made him look different than he looked in daylight. Less polished, more present, the kohl blurred and the hair loose from its daytime arrangement, sitting against a water-damaged shelf on the floor of the restricted collection with his empty cup beside him and his eyes. Those amber eyes, looking at the ceiling rather. Then at Kasim. "What cost?" Kasim said. He was not sure why he asked. He was sure it was not rhetorical. Nazar looked at him then, directly, the way he did things, no adjustment made for the discomfort of the person looking. "The same ones you're carrying," he said, from the other direction. The lamp burned. The manuscript sat open on the table. The correction in Kasim's handwriting waited in the margin with the patience of things set down carefully. Kasim looked at the ceiling again. He could feel, in his chest, the specific weight of a man who has been asked nothing and has answered anyway, who has done it twice now in the span of this night, who is becoming, gradually, without announcement, a man who says true things in this room to this person. "The steward this morning," he said after a while. "Yusuf, what about him?" "He despises you." "Yes, he's afraid of you." Nazar tilted his head, the attention gesture, the one that looked like skepticism and wasn't. "He's afraid of what I represent. The object of the fear is abstract. Does that make it easier?" "No." A pause. "But it makes it less personal, which is almost the same thing for practical purposes." He looked at the cup beside him, turned it in his hand. "You've never had that particular problem?" "No." Kasim's voice came out very even. "I've never had that problem. I've been," he stopped, started again. "I've been careful." "I know," Nazar said. "Not with judgment, with the specific quality of someone who has known something for a while and has been waiting, without expectation, for it to be acknowledged." The word careful sat between them and did the work that careful had been doing for 30 years, and also for the first time the other work, the work Kasim had never permitted it to do, the work of being named as a strategy, as a choice, as something that had cost and was costing and would continue to cost, regardless of what either of them said in this room tonight. "The wedding is in 10 hours, Kasim said. "I know. In 10 hours I will stand in the courtyard, and everything will proceed as it is meant to proceed." "Yes." This, he looked at the room, the manuscript, the lamp, the space between them on the floor. "This doesn't change that." Nazar was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was the same as it had been. Not harder, not softer, simply accurate in the way he was always accurate. "I know that too." The knowledge sat between them and did not become a wall. This was the thing Kasim had not expected, that the truth of the situation, stated plainly, could be in the room without becoming the room's entire weather. That a man could look at the shape of what was and was not possible and not make it cruel. He had expected cruelty, he realized, or judgment, which was the polite version. He had expected, if this conversation were ever to happen, and he had told himself it would not, could not, must not, that it would feel like an indictment. Like the moment the evidence is placed before the court. He had been careful for 30 years because he had understood that being seen was the same thing as being at risk, and he had believed this so completely that he had stopped examining the belief. It felt like being looked at. It felt like, here is the thing I have been afraid of. And the thing was not a monster. The thing was a man sitting on the floor of the restricted collection with an empty cup and the patience of someone who had decided, some years ago, that he would not perform what he was not, and had been paying for that decision in the particular coin of people who refused to disappear. "All right," Kasim said. "All right," Nazar said. A pause. Then Kasim said, "Who was the most reliably useless steward you've worked with?" Nazar turned his head. His expression did the thing it did, the thing that was not a smile but was in the same family as one. "That is a competitive field. In my experience," Kasim said, "Mahmud from the East Wing holds the title. He is a man of extraordinary confidence in his own interpretation of directives. I know Mahmud." A pause. "He once delivered me a document I had specifically not requested and explained, at length, why he had determined I needed it." "What was the document?" "A summary of proper procedure for the filing of land grant appeals." Kasim looked at him. "He brought you a document about land grant appeals." He had decided, based on something he overheard, that I was confused about the process. He said it with the dry precision that Kasim had stopped calling arrogant somewhere in the last 2 hours. He was not wrong that I was frustrated about a land grant. He was wrong about the nature of the confusion. What were you actually frustrated about? The grant in question was legitimate and had been filed correctly and was being held because the clerk reviewing it did not want to approve anything originating from my desk. A pause. Mahmud's summary of proper procedure did not address this particular obstacle. Kasim absorbed this. Something shifted in his chest. Not the large shifting that had been happening all night, but a smaller one, adjacent. The recognition of what it costs to be visible in a system that has decided your visibility is inconvenient. He had avoided that cost by not being visible. He had not, until this moment, thought about what else he had avoided along with it. Was the grant approved, he said. Eventually, after I arranged for it to cross the desk of someone who did not have opinions about my desk. Nazar's voice remained level. The court is full of workarounds. You learn the map of them. Yes, Kasim said. You do. They sat in the particular quiet of two people who have discovered they have been making different maps of the same territory, and who are realizing, slowly, that the maps share more features than they had known. Outside the windows, a cloud moved across whatever moon there was and let a sliver of cold light into the courtyard. It did not reach the restricted room. It did not need to. The lamp between them was enough. The night was only beginning. Chapter 8. What Dilara Said. The cup in Nazar's hand was empty and had been empty for a long time. He turned it by habit, the slow rotation of his fingers around the ceramic, a motion he performed when his mind was moving faster than the conversation required him to speak. Kasim had moved slightly in the last quarter hour, settling his back more squarely against the shelf, and Nazar was aware of the half-foot between them in the way of someone who has decided not to close it, and who is aware that the decision is itself a decision. Kasim had asked about Mahmud from the East Wing, and they had talked about Mahmud for a while, and then about the East Wing generally, and then about the circulation system for restricted texts, which was a topic that had genuine substance and that both of them could discuss with authentic engagement, and that was, under the surface of the conversation, doing the work that conversations do in the hours after something shifts. The work of holding the shape of two people in a room together while the new arrangement settles into something that can be inhabited. Nazar was doing this consciously. He was usually conscious of the things he did. He had found, over the years, that self-awareness was not a substitute for feeling, but was a useful companion to it. You could be entirely aware of what was happening to you, and it would still happen, which was both the limitation and the mercy of the mechanism. He was thinking about Dilara. Not because she was here, she was very much not here, which was one of the things about the archive's current situation that Nazar found simultaneously relieving and isolating. She was somewhere in the palace, presumably asleep or irritating someone in her precise, affectionate way, unaware that Nazar was on the floor of the restricted collection with a man he had been practicing not thinking about for several months. He was thinking about her because of what she had said, what she had always said in various configurations about his particular variety of solitude. 2 weeks ago in the Eastern Garden, the one with the small pool and the rose bushes that the head gardener tended with aggressive devotion, she had appeared beside him at the court gathering and stood there for a moment in the companionable silence that was their baseline, and then she had looked at where Kasim Dervish was standing across the courtyard and said, without preamble, "You already know what that is. You're just deciding whether to admit it." He had said, "I don't know what you mean." She had said, "You are an extremely intelligent man who has just produced the least convincing sentence of his professional career." He had said nothing. She had looked at him with the expression she wore when she had decided to say the difficult thing plainly, which was a specific expression, not unkind, in fact the opposite, warm in the way of someone who is willing to cause discomfort because they care about the outcome. You've been watching him for 3 months. Not the way you watch people who interest you professionally. The other way. Dilara, I've known you for 4 years, she said. In that time I have watched you be curious about approximately 60 people. I have watched you be genuinely interested in 12. And I have watched you perform not being interested in exactly 2, one of whom we have never spoken about, and one of whom is currently standing near the fountain try and be equidistant from everyone in the courtyard. She looked at Kasim and then back at him. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. She had been right. She was usually right. It was one of the things he valued most about her, and one of the things that was occasionally the most inconvenient. He's getting married, Nazar had said. Yes. In less than 2 weeks. Yes. To a woman who is, by all accounts, an entirely reasonable person who deserves better than being a footnote to someone else's inconvenient feelings. Also, yes. She had picked up her cup. I'm not suggesting you do anything. I'm suggesting you stop pretending you don't know what you're feeling, because you're not actually doing that convincingly, and it's making you slightly insufferable. I'm not. You corrected the head steward's grammar twice yesterday. You never do that when you're in a good mood. He had opened his mouth and closed it. I know, she had said, more gently. I know what it is you're afraid of. I know you've been here before, and I know how it ended. But you are not 24 anymore, and he is not. She had paused. He is not the same man. Whatever this is, it is not the same shape as the last one. He had wanted to ask her how she could possibly know that. He had not asked, because he suspected she would answer, and her answers had a way of arriving at the truth by routes he hadn't considered, and the truth had a way of being more complicated than he wanted it to be. He had been 24. This was the thing he came back to now, sitting in the restricted room's lamplight with the empty cup turning in his fingers. 24, and in love in the way that young men in his position were in love, entirely, badly, with the specific quality of feeling that has no experience yet to put it in proportion. The man had been 31, married, which was not the obstacle it might have been in a different world, in a different court. Marriages in the inner court were rarely about love, and everyone understood this, including the wives who had their own arrangements and did not require pretending. The obstacle had been, simply, that the man had needed Nazar to be invisible. Not in the way Kasim was invisible. Not the performance, the architecture, the careful 30-year project of erasure. Something more specific. He had needed Nazar to exist, privately, as something that had no official reality. No name in the corridor. No acknowledgement across a room. No claiming of any kind that could survive daylight. Nazar had done this. For 2 years, he had been very good at it, which was its own wound. The discovery that he was capable of self-erasure, that the thing he had decided not to do he could in fact do, and that doing it had felt in the first year like love, and had felt in the second year like the particular grief of a man who has misplaced himself. The ending had been clean, in the way that endings are clean when one person has decided they are finished and the other person has no official standing from which to contest that decision. No scene, no record. He had simply become, one morning, someone who was no longer in that relationship, and the man had moved on to something else, and Nazar had sat for several days with the specific anger of someone who has just understood the cost of bad bargain. He had made the decision after that he would not, again, make himself invisible to protect someone else's comfort, that he would not be, for any person, an omission from the record. The decision had been right. He did not doubt it now. He had paid for it in the ways he had expected. The distance it created, the quality of being legible to everyone and knowable by almost no one, the specific loneliness of a man whose life is consistent from every angle and who therefore has no hidden self for intimacy to discover. What he had not anticipated was that the policy would extend so far, that protecting himself from becoming someone's secret would also, eventually, protect him from being anyone's anything. Not quite. Not entirely. There was Dilara. But Dilara was found family, and found family was not the same as chosen, was not the same as it cost, was not the same as the thing he had been telling himself he did not want from Kasim Dervish, because wanting it was vanity, and he had a policy, and the policy was sound, and the policy was not going to help him at all in the next 9 hours. He looked at Kasim. Kasim was looking at the ceiling. He did this when he was thinking, the gaze up and slightly left, which Nazar had catalogued over the months of their professional proximity without deciding to. The angle made the gray at his temples more visible. His hands were on his knees, the right thumb moving against the ink stain on the forefinger in the small, unconscious gesture that Nazar had understood very early was not a nervous habit, but something more like prayer, the body's private ritual, the thing the hand did when the mind went somewhere it didn't announce. Nazar had clocked that gesture in the first month. He had not examined what it meant to him that he had clocked it, which was itself a form of information. The man at 24, he said. He had not meant to say it aloud. He said it the way things sometimes came out when the night was late and the archive was still and the distance between thinking something and saying it was shorter than usual. Kasim turned his head. There was someone, Nazar said. Not confession. Not exactly. More like what it sounds like when a man decides to be accurate rather than managed. When I was 24, I was in love with him, which is a thing I've mostly not said aloud to anyone, and which Dilara knows because she notices what I don't say and counts it as evidence. Kasim was very still. The good stillness this time. Not the tell, but the stillness of someone who is listening. He needed me to be a secret, Nazar continued. He turned the cup. I was a secret for 2 years. I was very good at it, which surprised me. I had thought I was a man who would not do that. It turned out I was a man who would not do it except for the wrong person under the wrong circumstances, which is a distinction that doesn't survive contact with the actual experience. He looked at the lamp. When it ended, I made a decision that I would not, again, become anyone's omission. A long silence. Kasim said, "And has that been easy?" "No." Nazar's voice was steady. "It has been correct. Those are different qualities." Kasim looked at his own hands. His thumb moved against the ink stain once, twice, the private small pressure. "And now," he said. "Now," Nazar said, "I'm sitting on the floor of a locked archive with a man who is getting married in the morning and who read a manuscript aloud like he knew what it was about, and I am aware that my policy has a problem." He said it without heat, without self-pity, with the particular quality he had for naming difficult things, as though naming them were simply good housekeeping. "The problem is that the policy was designed to protect me from being invisible. And you are not. You are not asking me to be invisible." "I'm not asking you anything," Kasim said. "I know." A pause. "That's the problem." The room held them. The lamp held its light. In the main archive, the darkness was complete, and the empty desks and the patient shelves had the quality of things that have witnessed many hours and made no judgments. "Dilara," Kasim said. He said the name carefully, as though testing whether it was safe to pick up. "She knows about me." "She knows about you," Nazar confirmed. "She has not said so to me in those words. She said when I mentioned the Ilgaz wedding that she hoped both parties in the arrangement were getting what they needed. A beat. She has a gift for sentences that hold more than their word count." Something crossed Kasim's face, not a smile, but the shape a smile would leave behind. "She sounds like someone I could have used 17 years ago. You could have used her. She would have told you things you didn't want to hear in language that made it impossible to argue with. And then she would have fed you something and asked you about something else entirely, so you could catch your breath." "Does she do that?" "Every time." His voice had changed, warmer than it usually was, the specific warmth reserved for people who are actually family, whatever family means in a court without blood. "She is the only person I have ever known who treats honesty as an act of care rather than an act of precision. Most people use one or the other. She uses both at once." Kasim was quiet for a moment. "How long have you known her?" "For years. She arrived at court the year after I did, with credential from a Venetian academy and enough Ottoman to navigate and enough certainty to establish herself before anyone had decided whether to take her seriously." He set the cup down beside him. By the time anyone thought to debate whether she belonged, she had already made herself useful to 4 people whose opinion mattered, and the debate was moot. "She sounds resourceful." She is also. She is the person who tells me when I am insufferable." "This is not a small thing." "No," Kasim said. "That's not a small thing at all." Another silence, this one the comfortable kind, the kind that 2 people share when they have said enough that silence is not evasion. Nazar was aware, in it, of the weight of what he had disclosed, which was more than he had planned. He examined the awareness for regret. He found something different, a quality of rightness, which was the sensation of having said true things to someone who received them without weaponizing them. He had not felt that in some time. "Tell me something," Nazar said. "Now I demand. An offering, the permission to speak." Kasim looked at him. What? Anything you've wanted to say to someone and haven't. A long pause. Kasim looked at the ceiling. His thumb moved against the ink stain. There's a fountain, he said finally, in the courtyard near the administrative wing. The one with the star-shaped basin, the old design. I have walked past it so many times I don't see it anymore. Tonight, coming back from the Ilgaz house, I saw it. I actually saw it. The shape of it, the proportion, the way the lamplight caught the water. He paused. I thought, I have been walking past this fountain for 19 years, and tonight is the first time I looked at it. Nazar did not say anything. I don't know what that means, Kasim said. It may mean nothing. It means, Nazar said, that something in you is paying attention that hasn't been paying attention. Kasim looked at him. To a fountain. To things, Nazar said. To the specific texture of existing in a place you've been for a long time. A pause. To the fact that there's a difference between being somewhere and being present in it. Kasim held his gaze for a moment. Then he looked away, back at the ceiling, and the thing that crossed his face in the interval was too brief and too private for Nazar to name, but it registered. He filed it. He picked up his cup, sat back down. He looked at the manuscript on the table, the correction in Kasim's margin, the small, precise record of an arrival. He had made his decision 10 years ago about what he would and would not be for another person. He had not been wrong. He was not going to revise it tonight, in this room, in these circumstances that were whatever they were. Whatever this was. But he had been sitting against this shelf for over an hour now, with Kasim Dervish at his shoulder, and the shoulder was half a foot away, and he was aware of it as he was aware of almost nothing else in the room. And the thing he had told himself for months, that the policy protected him from this, that the policy was enough, that he had built something sufficient to hold the weight of what he actually wanted, was showing, very quietly, its limits. He had been in love at 24 with someone who needed him invisible. He was sitting at 34 with someone who had not asked him to be anything, who had read an old manuscript aloud in the lamplight, as though the words were something he had been carrying, and who had answered questions he had not been asked, and who was sitting here still, in this room, when there was nowhere else to be. He was aware that this was different. Delara had said it was different. He had not fully believed her until this exact moment. It was different. It was also still a man who would walk into a wedding in 9 hours, and that was the other part of what was true, and Nazar had never had any interest in the parts of a story that required him to believe he was the exception to what was structurally certain. He would hold this carefully. He would not ask for more than was offered. He would be here in this room for this night, and he would be precisely what the night required, and he would not make it harder, and he would not make it easier either, because the man beside him deserved to feel the full weight of this rather than have it cushioned into something comfortable. That was, he thought, the only form of honesty still available to either of them. Tell me something else, he said, and Kasim, after a moment, did. Chapter 9. Wine Found by Accident. It was Kasim who found it. He had risen at some point to retrieve a second lamp from the main archive. The one on the restricted rooms table was burning lower than he wanted, and he preferred, as a matter of settled habit, not to be in the middle of something when the light failed. He moved through the archive's dark main room with the familiarity of a man who has spent 19 years in this building, navigating by the layout he carried in his body rather than by sight, and he found the second lamp on Dogan's desk where the head archivist kept one for late sessions, and he was turning back toward the restricted room when his knee connected with the bottom shelf of the lower archive case nearest the desk. The shelf held, among other things, an administrative text on ceremonial protocol that nobody had touched since approximately the previous sultan's reign, and behind the administrative text on ceremonial protocol, pushed to the back of the shelf in the way of things that have been there so long they have simply become part of the architecture, was a bottle. He pulled it out, clay-sealed, palm-sized, the kind of vessel used for personal provisions rather than formal storage. The kind that a man brings in for himself on a long cataloging session and then forgets, or leaves deliberately for a future self, or simply loses track of among 17 years of other priorities. There was no label. He uncorked it and smelled it. Wine. Good wine. Actually, slightly oxidized from the time, but not unpleasant. The way wine aged past its ideal moment, sometimes achieved a different kind of depth, the tannins softening into something more complicated. He stood in the dark of the main archive with this bottle in his hand and thought about it. It was someone's wine. Someone who worked here, or had worked here, who had left it at some prior date for reasons that no longer mattered. He could leave it where he found it. Return to the restricted room, and not mention that there was wine behind the ceremonial protocol text, and the night would proceed in the direction it had been proceeding, and the wine would remain behind the protocol text for another 17 years. He took it back to the restricted room. Nazar looked at it. He looked at Kasim. He said, "Where?" "Bottom shelf, behind the ceremonial protocol of the previous reign." A pause. "How long has it been there?" "Based on the dust pattern, I'd estimate no less than 8 years." "Is it still?" Kasim passed it to him. He took it, smelled it, considered. "Older than 8 years, probably. The oxidation suggests a longer period." He looked at it. "No cups." "There are cups in the main archive. Dogan keeps them for the late sessions." Nazar looked at him with the expression of a man who has decided that the evening's trajectory has been determined by forces outside his control and that the appropriate response is to meet it correctly. "Get the cups." Kasim got the cups. They returned to the floor, to the water-damaged shelf, to the half-foot of space between them that had been there for several hours now, and that had, in the way of intervals maintained long enough, begun to feel like its own kind of presence. Nazar poured 2 cups with the unsentimental precision of a man who has decided the wine exists and should therefore be drunk. He handed one to Kasim. Kasim drank. It was, as advertised by its smell, good in a way that was not the wine's original design. Not the wine it had been when someone sealed it and put it behind the protocol text, but the wine it had become through time and circumstance and the slow chemistry of being sealed in a warm room for longer than intended. It had a depth to it that felt accidental, which was a different quality than the depth that is engineered. "Ozan," he said, "would have an opinion about this." Nazar raised his cup slightly. What would he say? He would identify the region of origin within 2 guesses. He would then explain the agricultural conditions of that region in more detail than is strictly relevant. He would then, if the wine was good, become briefly emotional about it in the way he becomes emotional about food that has done its job well. Nazar tilted his head. He becomes emotional about food, not in any way that requires management. It's brief. It manifests as a kind of reverence. Kasim looked at his cup. He once spent 4 minutes in absolute silence eating a particular variety of walnut preserved from a coastal town he'd visited the year before. When he finished, he said, "That's it. That's what summer tastes like." And then he was entirely normal again. Nazar's mouth curved. The subtle version, the one that was not a full smile, but was in the process of becoming one. "I've never seen him like that. You'd have to give him the right walnut preserve." Kasim turned his cup. "He's particular. The wrong variety wouldn't move him at all." "What other things does he have opinions about?" "Bread. Specifically the difference between bread made correctly and bread made with the correct ingredients, but in the wrong sequence." He paused. He once wrote a document about this. Not officially. He wrote it for himself, in his personal records. I saw it once by accident, and he never mentioned it, and I have also never mentioned it, which is the foundation of our friendship. Nazar laughed. It was not a dramatic laugh. It was quiet, genuine, the kind that arrives before the person has decided whether to let it, and Kasim heard it in full. It lasted 2 seconds and left Nazar's expression slightly different than it had been before. Less guarded, not in a way that suggested he was usually heavily guarded, but in the way that laughter always changes the configuration of a face, loosening something that habitual expression holds in place. Kasim felt it land in the center of his chest and sit there. He did not know what to do with this. He had found things beautiful before. The proportions of a well-designed archive room, a passage of old Ottoman prose with an unusual construction, the particular way the morning light moved across his workstation floor. He knew what appreciation was. He had a different category, less frequently used, for things that moved him, and he was aware that Nazar's laugh had just placed itself in that category without asking permission, and that he had, in a half-second of registering this, not stopped it. He picked up his wine. "The bread document," Nazar said. "Did it have a title?" "I believe the title was Notes on the Sequence Problem," which tells you everything about Ozan and the way he relates to passion. He hides it in administrative language. He hides everything important in administrative language. His expressions of affection are all phrased as observations. You look tired means I'm worried about you. The almond pastries are ready means come and sit with me. Kasim paused. When he brought me pastries this morning, what he was actually saying was, I know you're afraid, and I'm not going to make you talk about it, but I'm here. Nazar was quiet for a moment. You're not afraid, he said. Not a challenge. An inquiry. I have been afraid for 19 years, Kasim said. Tonight, he stopped. Try to identify what he actually was. Less afraid than I've been, which is itself frightening. Yes, Nazar said. That's accurate. You're not going to tell me it gets easier. No, I'm going to tell you that it gets. He paused, searching for the right word with the care he gave to words. Different. The fear changes shape. It stops being about what other people will see and starts being about what you'll have to see yourself. He held his cup. That's harder and also better. As a general rule, Kasim turned this over. You have always been. He did not immediately know how to finish. You have never seemed afraid. I am afraid, Nazar said simply. I'm just afraid of different things than you are. I'm afraid that the life I built to keep myself safe has also kept out things I actually want. He looked at his wine. I'm afraid that the person I decided not to be for other people's comfort has become, over time, the person I'm not for my own. The sentence was so precise that Kasim could not find an edge on it. He turned it over in his mind the way he turned difficult passages, not looking for error, but looking for what it was doing, how it was built, what it required of the reader. Is that what Delara tells you? He said. Delara tells me that my loneliness has started dressing itself up as philosophy, which is less elegant than what I just said, but equally accurate. He drank. She has no patience for philosophical loneliness. What does she have patience for? Practical difficulty, real grief. The kind of problem that is actually a problem and not a man sitting in a nice room in a prestigious position telling himself that isolation is a principled stand. He said it with the self-directed humor of someone who can do this because they are not, in fact, being cruel to themselves. They're simply being accurate. She is very good at distinguishing between the two. Kasim was quiet for a moment. Then, I have no one who does that. He had not planned to say it. It arrived the way things arrived tonight. Unscheduled, accurate, in the voice of a man who had stopped censoring the relevant content. Nazar did not rush to fill the space after it. He let it sit, which was his habit. The comfort with silence that read as composure and was actually something more generous. The gift of time for a sentence to be what it was. Ozan does it sideways, Kasim continued. With food, with pastries, with the specific way he doesn't ask questions I don't want to answer. He's been protecting me for 9 years with strategic obliviousness, and I think he has probably known for years, and the protection is the most loyal thing anyone has ever done for me. He looked at his cup, but he's never said a true thing to my face about it. I think he decided that wasn't his right. He may not have been wrong. No, he wasn't wrong. He paused. But it means I've spent 9 years being protected from reality by a man who loves me and cannot say so. And the protection has been, he stopped. I'm grateful for it. I'm also, tonight, talking to you, I understand that there's a difference between being protected from a difficult truth and being seen through it. Nazar turned his head and looked at him. The lamplight again, the blurred coal, the quality of attention that was not invasive but was complete. You're being seen through it, he said. Yes. Kasim met his gaze. I'm aware of that. The statement and its answer sat between them without requiring anything else. Nazar looked back at the lamp. Kasim looked at the manuscript on the table, the correction in his handwriting, the record of an arrival. The wine is better than it should be, Nazar said, after a moment. It's that time. That's usually the argument against old wine. For this particular bottle, it appears to be the argument in favor. Kasim looked at it. 8 years behind, a ceremonial protocol text. Whatever it was expecting, it wasn't this. Perhaps it wasn't expecting anything. Perhaps it was simply sitting there, becoming what it was going to become. Kasim looked at him. Nazar was looking at the ceiling now, with the particular expression of a man who has made a metaphor he is not sure he intended to make. He was aware of it. Kasim could see him being aware of it. Neither of them mentioned it. "The rose-water pastries," Kasim said. Nazar turned his head, grateful for the pivot. "What about them?" "Ozan mentioned them this morning. He knows I dislike rose water. He asked about them specifically so I could express a strong opinion and feel, briefly, that there was something in my life I could categorize simply." A pause. "Then, does that work?" For a moment, Kasim looked at his cup. "For the length of time it takes to say rose water is a poor decision in a pastry." "Which is not long." "It's not long," Nazar agreed. He held his cup out slightly. "But it's long enough." Kasim looked at it for a moment. Then, deliberately, he touched the rim of his own cup to Nazar's. The small sound it made, ceramic against ceramic, the faintest register of contact, was quiet enough that only the two of them could possibly have heard it, in this room, at this hour, with this much of the night still ahead of them. "Rose water," Kasim said, "is a poor decision in a pastry." Nazar's mouth curved, fully this time, the full arrival of the smile he had been holding at partial formation most of the night. And Kasim looked at it and did not look away and did not stop the thing in his chest that started. He had been laughing for a while, he realized. Not audibly, or not much, but somewhere underneath the careful surface, in the region where things went when they couldn't be managed, something in him had been laughing all evening with the specific relief of a man who has found, in an unexpected room, that his own company is possible. He had not known he missed it. You couldn't miss something you'd never had. But this was what it felt like, he thought. This, the lamp, the wine, the cup, the man beside him laughing with something that hadn't been rationed. This was what it felt like to be present. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain. He held it there. He did not look away. Chapter 10. Every question he has never asked. The wine was half gone and the second lamp was burning, and outside the archive's high windows the palace had reached the specific silence of deep night. Not the early evening quiet of people retiring, not the before-dawn quiet of people about to rise, but the full, bottom-of-the-well silence of the hours when the building is simply itself unobserved. Kasim had spoken more in the last 3 hours than he had in the last 3 months in any register that was not professional. He was aware of this. He was also aware that the awareness was not producing the alarm it should have produced, which was its own information, and which he filed in the same category as everything else he was not looking at directly tonight. They had moved off Ozan. They had moved through the history of the archive's cataloging system, which Nazar had opinions about that were specific and not unreasonable, and through the question of whether Sultan Murat's known preference for detailed administrative records was a sign of genuine intellectual curiosity or control, and then through a much less professional and considerably more absorbing discussion of which of the palace's ceremonial observances were still genuinely observed versus performed on behalf of. The memory of observing them. Kasim had, at some point, said something about the Ramadan meal protocols that made Nazar set down his cup and say, "That is the most precise and devastating thing I have heard about institutional hypocrisy in 6 years." And Kasim had felt the warmth of that move through him in a way that was different from professional regard and did not attempt to categorize it. The wine, the lamp, the manuscript on the table, the space between them on the floor, which was still half a foot, but which had, over the course of the evening, changed in quality. Less like maintained distance and more like a recognized interval, something they had both agreed to inhabit without deciding to. Nazar said, "What did you want to be?" Kasim looked at him. "Before the palace," Nazar said. "When you were 19 and leaving, what were you going toward?" Not the letter of recommendation. What did you think you were going toward? Kasim was quiet for a moment. "I was going away from something." "I know. What were you going toward?" The distinction was precise and accurate and arrived in the way Nazar's observations usually arrived, without softening, without implication, simply as the question underneath the question. Kasim turned his cup. His thumb found the ink stain and pressed. "I thought," he stopped. He was not used to answering this question because he had not, in almost 20 years, asked it of himself with any intention of answering it. "I thought I would read things. I thought I would work with texts, and I would understand the world through them, and the understanding would be sufficient." That knowledge would be paused. I thought knowing things would be a version of existing, that it will be enough. He looked at the lamp. It has been mostly more than I expected, less than I needed. What do you need? Kasim looked at him. I'm asking, Nazar said, because I want to know, not because it's useful information. Just I want to know. This was the question. Kasim recognized it as the question not because of what it asked, but because of what it assumed, that there was an answer, that Kasim had a need, singular and specific, that could be identified and spoken. He had organized his life, with considerable care, around the premise that this question was not asked of him, and that if it were he would not answer it, and that the non-answering was simply the texture of his existence rather than a loss. Someone, he said. It came out as one word, which was the smallest version of the answer. It was also the accurate version. Nazar said nothing. He waited, the specific waiting that was not pressure, just space, the kind of waiting that trusts the person to continue when they're ready and does not signal urgency about the timeline. Not the arrangement I have, Kasim said more slowly. Not. Fatma is a good person and I will do what I can for her, and I think she will do the same and it will be a life. But it is not. He stopped. His thumb pressed the ink stain harder. I wanted someone who would make it impossible to disappear. I wanted someone to notice when I was performing instead of. He stopped again. Instead of present, Nazar said quietly. Yes. The word was small. The room was very still. I talked myself out of it, Kasim said. Years ago. I did it thoroughly. I convinced myself it was vanity, the wanting of it, that what I had was sufficient, and the wanting of something else was the kind of self-indulgence that reasonable men did not permit themselves. He looked at his hands. I was so good at the argument that I forgot I was making it. You were 19 when you dismantled yourself, Nazar said. He said it without inflection, which made it more devastating than if he had said it with any. It was simply the fact placed in the air of the room, requiring no embellishment. Kasim looked at him. Yes. And the thing that was dismantled, Nazar said. Did you think there was nothing underneath? Or did you think the dismantling went all the way through? A long pause. Kasim felt the question arrive in some part of him he had not accessed in years. A part he had sealed carefully enough that he had stopped knowing it was there, had come to believe the seal was the floor. I thought, he breathed, I thought if I stopped performing the safe version, there would be nothing underneath. That the performance had become me. That whatever had been there at 19 was gone. Is it gone? The question was quiet and without agenda and entirely unbearable. I don't know, Kasim said. I thought I knew. Tonight, I don't know. Nazar looked at him for a long moment. Then he turned back to the lamp. He did not press the question. He did not offer reassurance. He simply sat with the not knowing alongside Kasim, in the way of someone who understands that company is not the same as answers, and that sometimes company is what is actually needed. Kasim breathed. What do you need? He said after a while, returning it, not as deflection, as genuine inquiry, the kind he had not thought himself capable of tonight and apparently was. Nazar turned the cup in his hands. He was quiet long enough that Kasim understood he was actually considering it, not performing consideration. To be chosen, he said, finally. Not survived. Not tolerated. Not, he paused. I have arranged my life so that I cannot be made invisible by anyone. And I have managed it. I am visible. I am entirely visible. And I am, he stopped. Alone, Kasim said. Alone, Nazar confirmed. Without self-pity. As fact, the way he dealt with facts. The policy that protects me from erasure also keeps everyone at a distance that feels like safety and is occasionally safety and is also, he looked at the lamp, also a room with a very good lock. The phrase arrived with its full weight. Kasim sat with it. You recognized it, Nazar said. In the scribe? What you call the architecture of not being looked at. He was quiet. You recognized it because you built a version of it yourself. Yes. Different architecture. Opposite walls. He turned his cup. But the same room. Kasim looked at the manuscript on the table. The corrected word in his handwriting. The arrival. Delara said it wasn't the same shape, he said, as the man at 24. Nazar looked at him quickly. She said that. You told me she noticed. You didn't tell me what she said it was. He paused. He was, briefly, not composed in the way he was usually composed. The pause had texture, the quality of a man recalibrating. She said, "You are not asking me to be invisible." "I'm not." "No," Nazar said. "You're not." He looked at the lamp again. "You are walking into a wedding in," he calculated, 8 hours. "And you have not, once tonight, asked me to pretend that means something other than what it means. It would be dishonest." "Yes." A pause. "I know several men who would not have considered that a relevant constraint. I'm not those men. I know that." His voice had changed, the precision still there, but under it something warmer, more open, the quality of a man who has decided to put down something he has been carrying. That is the thing that is different from 24. They sat with this. The lamp, the wine, the manuscript, 8 hours or slightly less, and the morning waiting in the palace the way mornings wait, patient, indifferent, entirely certain of its own arrival. Kasim said, "Ask me something." Nazar turned his head. "Something you want to know," Kasim said. "Not something that's useful. Something you actually want to know." A pause. Nazar looked at him with the attention that was his most legible quality, the full presence of a man who is actually here, not performing here. "What do you love?" Kasim blinked. The question was so simple it arrived like a key into a lock that had been the wrong shape for everything else. He sat with it. "Bread," he said. "The kind is done correctly." Ozan isn't wrong about the bread. A pause. Old texts. Not the work of reading them. The texts themselves, the physical weight of them, the understanding that the person who wrote this is gone and the words are still here. He turned his cup. The hour before anyone else arrives at the archive. The morning light on the floor of the workroom before the lamps are lit. He stopped. "Go on," Nazar said. Not pushing. Inviting. Kasim looked at him. He stopped. Started again. "I love conversations where someone is actually trying to think rather than trying to win. I love when a document reveals a pattern that resolves 3 other things simultaneously. I love," he paused, and the pause was different from the others, quieter, more careful. "I love this," he said. "Tonight, whatever this is, I am aware that I'm going to have to carry it very carefully, and I am aware of what it will cost, and I love it anyway." The words, once out, were very simply there. He could not take them back and did not want to. Nazar sat with them. He did not make them into anything they weren't. He did not look away from them or offer them back with any kind of inflation. He looked at Kasim with the expression that Kasim had finally, tonight, learned to read correctly. Not arrogance, not composure, not the display of a man who wants to be seen as contained. Calm. The calm of a man who has made peace with wanting things he might not be able to keep. "I know," Nazar said. Quietly. "I know you know," Kasim said. Something about this, the circularity of it, the precise accuracy of 2 men who had both understood the situation from the beginning and had been honest about it, and were now simply in it, made something loosen in Kasim's chest. Not release. Not relief exactly. More like the sensation of a man who has been carrying something at the wrong angle for a long time and has just slightly adjusted his grip, and the weight is the same, but the distribution is different, and it is, for now, more possible to hold. "The fountain," Nazar said. "The star-shaped basin. The lamplight on the water." "Yes, that's a good thing to love," Nazar said, having spent 19 years walking past it and finally looking. "It's very late to start." "No," Nazar said. "It's not." He said it without ceremony, the way he said true things. "It is exactly the right time. Because you looked." Kasim pressed his thumb against the ink stain. Held it. Outside the archive windows, the deep night silence held its depth. Inside, the lamp burned. The wine was nearly gone. The manuscript on the table waited with its corrected word, its small record of an arrival. Somewhere in the palace, in 8 hours, a wedding was waiting. And here, in the restricted room, 2 men sat against a water-damaged shelf and did not sleep and did not pretend and did not ask of each other anything that was not freely given. And the night held them with the impersonal generosity of all nights that have no investment in how they are used. Kasim looked at the lamp. He thought, here, not the word from a manuscript. His own word, his own use of it. Here is the thing I have been afraid of. He looked at Nazar, the curve of his profile, the lamp casting its light along the line of his jaw, the composed and open quality of a man who has learned to be visible at personal cost and has never once implied that the cost should be Kasim's concern. It is not a monster, Kasim thought. He breathed. It is just a man who sees me. He did not say this aloud, but the thought arrived, settled, and became something he could hold without flinching. A recognition, quiet and complete, the kind that does not announce itself, but simply is the way gravity is, the way the morning is, the way all the irreversible things are already having always been true. He turned to look at the lamp, and then back at Nazar, and his hands on his knees were not entirely still. Nazar looked at him, said nothing, waited. Kasim said, "Tell me something you've never told anyone." Nazar looked at the ceiling. His mouth curved once, not the wry version, the real one, the one that cost something. And then he began to talk, and Kasim listened, and the night passed over them like water, like light, like time. Chapter 11. Here, Nazar talked the way he wrote, without ornament, with good sentences, choosing the true thing over the comfortable one, with the habit of a man who has practiced this so long that the comfortable thing no longer presents itself as an option. He talked about the cartographer he had traveled with at 21, a man named Ephraim who had asked questions with the specific directness of someone who did not understand why questions required softening. He talked about Thessaloniki in winter, the quality of the light there, the way the city sat at the water's edge as though it had been placed by someone who understood that beauty was not a luxury, but a navigational fact. He talked about arriving at the palace at 28 and recognizing, in the first week, that the court was a document, a text with an official version and a private one, and that his work was to know both. Kasim listened. He had been listening all evening, but this was different. Not the listening of a man gathering information, not the careful professional attention he had trained over 19 years until it had become indistinguishable from genuine interest. This was the other kind, the kind where you're not building a record of what is being said, but simply receiving it, the way you receive warmth from a fire, without analysis of the mechanism. He did not know when it happened. That was the thing he would remember later, in the years when he was allowed to remember, that he could not identify the precise moment when the night changed register. There was no single instant. There was the wine, and the lamp, and Nazar's voice moving through the particular architecture of his own life. And then there was Kasim's hand, his own hand, moving, not dramatically, not with the quality of a man making a decision. More like the way a man reaches for something he has been aware of for hours without acknowledging that he is aware of it. The reach that is simply the body arriving at what the mind has been circling. His hand found Nazar's wrist, the inside of it, the pulse there. Nazar stopped talking. The silence was not startled. It was the silence of something arriving that had been expected for a long time. By both of them, Kasim understood now, in different ways. He was aware of his own heartbeat. He was aware of Nazar's, faint and quick under his thumb where the wrist was thinnest. He did not look at his own hand. He looked at Nazar. Nazar looked back. He had the expression he wore when he was listening with his full attention, the slight tilt of the head, the quality of a man who has arrived somewhere and is in no hurry to leave. His kohl was blurred at the corners. His hair had come loose from whatever arrangement it had started in, falling to the angle of his jaw. The lamplight did something to the amber of his eyes, warmed them past amber into something Kasim had no word for. Kasim, Nazar said. He said it the way the reader had been told he would say it. The single name, the weight of it, the full arrival of the word in a room where names had mostly been kept at professional distance. It was not a question. It was not a warning. It was simply the acknowledgement that something was happening that had been true for longer than either of them had said. "I know," Kasim said. His voice came out changed, not broken, not soft in the way of weakness, but stripped of the particular precision he used for everything else, the professional calibration. It was the voice he would have had, he thought, if 19 years had gone differently. "I know what I'm doing." "I know you do," Nazar said. He turned his wrist a small motion, unhurried, and his hand found Kasim's, and his fingers closed around it, and for a moment they simply sat like that, in the lamplight in the locked room, with the manuscript on the table and the night spread out around them, and the weight of everything that was true sitting quietly alongside the weight of everything that was also true, and neither weight canceled the other. Then Nazar moved. He turned fully to face Kasim, and his free hand came up and settled against Kasim's jaw. Not pulling, not pushing, just the warm, solid presence of a palm against his face, fingers at his cheek, the thumb at the corner of his mouth. Tilting. Upward. The way you tilt something toward the light when you want to look at it properly. Kasim let himself be tilted. He had spent 30 years managing the geometry of his own body in rooms, the precise calibration of distance and angle, and what was and was not communicated by proximity. He had been so good at it that the management had become invisible to him, indistinguishable from simple existing. He had not known, had not allowed himself to know what it would feel like to stop. He was not managing anything now. Nazar looked at him, directly, without flinching, without the quality of a man bracing for something, without the performance of composure that Kasim had spent months misreading as arrogance. Just present, the full, clear, uncomplicated presence of a man who sees what he is looking at and is not afraid of it. Here, Kasim thought. The thought arrived the way large things arrive, not announced, not preceded by smaller versions of itself. It simply was. Here is the thing I have been afraid of. He could not look away. He did not want to. It is not a monster. Nazar's thumb moved, once at the corner of Kasim's mouth. A question, not a demand. The specific gentleness of a man who has learned that the greatest kindness is not the softening of a moment, but the willingness to be fully present in it. It is just a man who sees me. Kasim made a sound. He had no name for it. Not desire exactly, though that was part of it. Not relief exactly, though that was part of it too. Something older. Something that had been sitting in his chest for so long it had grown its own furniture, learned the dimensions of its own walls, stopped expecting light. It was the sound of a room opening that had been closed for 30 years, not with violence, but with the slow, complete, unstoppable weight of a door finally allowed to move. Nazar heard it. His expression changed, not softening, something more than softening. A quality Kasim had never seen on another person's face directed at him. Recognition. The specific warmth of a man who has been waiting for something, not impatiently, but with the steady conviction that waiting was the right act, and who has just seen that the waiting was correct. He leaned forward. His forehead came to rest against Kasim's. They stayed like that for a moment, not kissing, simply breathing in the same small radius, the warmth between them, the lamp somewhere behind them, and the dark of the archive beyond the lamp, and the palace beyond the dark, and the world going about its business of being enormous and indifferent while in this 9-foot room. At this exact distance, two men were present in their own lives in a way that one of them had not been in 30 years, and the other had been afraid he might never be again. "All right," Nazar said, quietly, not to the room, to Kasim. "All right," Kasim said, and then they closed the distance. The kiss was not what Kasim had expected. He had not known he had expectations until they were not met, which was its own revelation. That even in this, he had prepared himself, had built in advance some version of what was coming that turned out to bear no resemblance to the actual thing. It was slower than he had imagined, more careful. Nazar kissed the way he spoke, with deliberate attention, nothing wasted, the full weight of his presence in each small motion. There was nothing performed about it. There was no audience. It was the kind of kissing that happened between people who are not kissing at each other, but kissing toward each other, the direction of it inward rather than outward. Kasim's hand, which had been still on Nazar's wrist, moved to his shoulder. He could feel the warmth of him through the cloth, the specific density of another person's solidity. He had been aware of Nazar's physical presence for months in the way of something maintained at careful distance, the way you are aware of a lamp without looking at it directly. Now, there was no looking away. Now, there was only the lamp. At some point, they were no longer sitting against the shelf. He did not entirely know how this happened. The logistics of it were not something he tracked at the time. The same way you do not track how you come to be standing at the window in the morning when what you remember is only the light. What he knew was the shelf against his shoulders, and then not the shelf, and then the floor, and then the manuscript table close enough to see in his peripheral vision with Nazar's handwriting on the transcription and his own correction in the margin, and the lamp above them steady, as it had been all night, and Nazar's face above his, the amber eyes, and the blurred coal, and the expression that had never been arrogance and had always been this. "Tell me if you want to stop," Nazar said. "I don't," Kasim said. "Tell me anyway. If you do, I will." There was something in this exchange, its practicality, its mutual assumption of good faith, that produced in Kasim a quality he could only call warmth, though warmth was insufficient. It was the warmth of being in a situation where stopping was a real option, and stopping being a real option made the not stopping feel like a choice rather than an inevitability, and choice was the thing he had not had in so long that the experience of it was its own form of intimacy. He reached up and touched Nazar's face, the angle of his jaw, the smudged corner of one eye, the small scar through the left eyebrow that Nazar described differently every time he was asked about it, which Kasim now understood was not evasion, but simply the recognition that it meant something different in every context, the same way a word could mean different things depending on where the stress fell. Nazar turned his face slightly into the touch. He closed his eyes for one moment. When he opened them again, he looked at Kasim with the expression that would be in the years after this night, the thing Kasim returned to when he was alone in his study in Uskadar with the garden going wild outside the window and the lamp low and the city quiet. Not the physical reality of the night, not any specific exchange, but this expression, the way a man looks at you when he is not asking you to be anything other than what you are. Kasim pulled him down. He was entirely present. That was the thing, not the physical facts of it. Those existed and were real and were their own language, the language of two people discovering the particular grammar of each other, the specific vocabulary of weight and warmth and breath, and the exact way a man sounds when the thing he has been holding finally comes loose. All of that was real and mattered. But the thing that Kasim would carry after, the thing that would not leave him, that would sit in his chest for 22 years like a stone at the center of him, smooth from being held so often, was not any of those facts. It was that he had been entirely present. He had been in his own body, in his own life, in this specific room at this specific hour, without the distance he had kept for 30 years between himself and everything, the remove that had made him good at his work and safe in his life and functional and reliable and utterly, permanently, at one remove from his own experience. He had been here, not performing here, not observing here from behind the glass of his own careful management. Here, the word from the manuscript. His own word now, the same word, different direction. Nazar was warm. That was a stupid observation, and it was also the most accurate one Kasim had. Warm and solid and present in the same way he was present in every room, completely, without armor, without the protective distance that Kasim had thought, for months, was composure. It was not composure. It was honesty. The honesty of a man who had decided, at 21, that performing something he was not would cost more than the alternative, and who had paid the alternative's price every day since, and who was paying it now in the specific coin of being wanted by someone who would not say so after the sun came up. Kasim was aware of this. He was aware of it, and he was here anyway. Both things true, neither canceling the other. That was what it meant to choose something with open eyes. Not the absence of cost, but the acceptance of it. Not innocence, but clarity. He pressed his hand to the back of Nazar's neck. He felt Nazar's breath against his throat. He looked at the ceiling of the restricted room. The stone of it, old and dense, and entirely indifferent to what was happening beneath it, as ceilings are. And he felt, for the length of several breaths, something so close to peace that he could not reliably distinguish between the two. Not happiness. Happiness was not the right word for something this weighted, this shot through with the knowledge of its own mourning. But presence, fullness, the specific, rare quality of a moment that is completely what it is, not reaching for another version of itself, not managing its own edges, simply existing in its full dimension with nothing held back and nothing pretended. He had read the wordist in the old manuscript aloud, and Nazar had said, You read it as though you knew what arriving at something felt like. He had not known. He knew now. This was the arrival. Not the kiss, not the physical fact of another person's warmth, not even the impossible gift of being seen without flinching. The arrival was this, being entirely in his own life, in his own body, in his own moment for the first time in 30 years. He breathed. Nazar was quiet against him. They lay against the archive floor in the lamplight, the restricted room stone-cool beneath them, the small circle of warmth they had made between them, the manuscript on the table above with its corrected word visible if either of them looked, which neither of them did. The palace breathed around them in its locked-down quiet. The night held its depth. "I know," Nazar said after a while. He had not been asked anything. He answered anyway. "I know," Kasim said. He meant, "I know what this is. I know what it isn't. I know what the morning holds, and I am holding this too, both things real, and I'm not going to spend whatever remains of this night arguing myself out of the one to prepare for the other." He felt Nazar's arm tighten once slightly around him, then relax. "The wine," Kasim said. "What about it?" "It was better than it had any right to be." A pause. Then Nazar said, with the dry quiet of a man who has just made a joke he's not certain he has the right to make. 8 years behind a protocol text. "Perhaps that is the recipe." Kasim felt something move in his chest. He said perhaps. Outside, the palace continued its guarded night. Inside, the lamp continued its patient burning. The manuscript on the table held its corrected word, and the two men on the archive floor held each other, and the night went on. Chapter 12. The Weight of What He Knows. The lamp had burned lower. Kasim noticed this before he noticed anything else. The inventory instinct, the automatic surveying of available light, the habit of a man who had spent 19 years organizing his relationship to the tools of his work before organizing his relationship to anything else. The lamp had been full when they brought it from Dogan's desk. It was perhaps 2/3 full now. He did not know how long had passed. He did not look for a way to calculate it. He was sitting against the restricted shelf again. The water-damaged spines, the shelf nobody touched, his shoulder close enough to Nazar's that he could feel the warmth of him without looking. His robe was back in order. His hair was less so, and he had not tried to address this, which was itself a small and unfamiliar fact, that something about his appearance was not in its correct position, and he had not immediately corrected it. Nazar was turning his cup in his hands. He had been doing this for a while. The silence between them now was different from any of the silences that had preceded it. Not the hostile silence of the first hours, not the uncertain silence of the argument, not the open silence of the conversation. This silence had weight to it, not unpleasant weight, but the specific gravity of something that has happened and cannot be taken back, which is not always a bad quality in a thing. Kasim looked at his hands. His hands were the same hands they had always been, broad-palmed, ink-stained at the right forefinger in a way that no amount of washing had ever resolved. He had pressed that spot so many times tonight that the skin there was slightly warm, slightly more conscious than usual. He looked at it the way he sometimes looked at a document he had been working with for years, not with fresh eyes, not seeing it as though for the first time, but with the different attention of something being seen from a changed position. He thought about Fatma. This was the thing he had known was coming and had not rushed toward. It arrived now with the patience of something that had simply been waiting, not vindicatively, not with the quality of a reckoning, but with the ordinary presence of a fact that has no need to announce itself because it is simply there. Fatma Ilgas, 32 years old, dark hair and silver pins, and the precise, observant quiet of a woman who noticed more than she said. The careful warmth of their dinners together. The way she redirected her father's assessments with sentences that sounded like nothing and were everything. She deserved better than this grief. He had known this for years, had carried it at the low, managed distance of things he did not examine directly because the examination would cost more than he had available. But he could feel it now without the buffer, without the managed distance, the full specific weight of it. She was a person, not an arrangement, not the Pisa situation. A person who had accepted this marriage for her own reasons, which she had not shared with him, and which he had not asked about, because asking would have required a reciprocal honesty he was not prepared to offer. She had been careful with him, always. He had been careful back. It was not enough. He had known it was not enough from the first month of their acquaintance, and he had told himself the gap between sufficient and enough was something they would both manage, and he had believed this, with the quality of belief that belongs to things you have decided rather than things you have tested. He tested it now, sitting against the water-damaged shelf with Nazar's shoulder an inch from his. It had not survived the test. He had known it would not. That was the grief, not the discovery, but the confirmation of what he had always, underneath the arrangement, known. She deserved someone who did not carry this particular weight. Someone for whom she was the actual answer to an actual question, rather than the best available approximation of safety. He could not be that person. He had never been that person. She had accepted him anyway, for reasons he could not fully see, with the clear-eyed pragmatism of someone who had done her own accounting and arrived at a number she could live with. He was not sure he deserved that pragmatism. He was not sure she should have had to exercise it. "You're thinking about her," Nazar said. Not a question. "Yes. I know." A pause. "I am too." Kasim turned his head. Nazar was looking at the lamp. The cup in his hands had stilled. "I've met her. At court functions." He said it with the precise absence of apology that was his mode. Not indifferent, not cold, simply accurate. She is not what you chose her to be." "No," Kasim said. "She's her own person. Entire. I watched her navigate Haluk's dinner party 2 months ago, and she is better at that room than anyone in it, including Haluk." He turned the cup again. "Including me." Kasim was quiet. "This doesn't." Nazar paused. Kasim noticed, choosing his words with more care than usual, which meant he was saying something he had not fully rehearsed. "This doesn't make her a victim. She is not a victim. She has made a choice, the same as you have, with information available to her, for reasons that belong to her." He looked at the lamp. "But she is also not." He stopped. "She is also not nothing." "No," Kasim said. "She is not nothing." The statement sat between them with its full weight, which was considerable. Nazar did not try to diminish it. This was Kasim had learned tonight. One of the things he did consistently, he did not make hard things easier than they were, which was a different quality than making them harder, and which required a discipline that Kasim had not fully understood until he experienced the relief of it. "You're fond of her," Nazar said. "Genuinely." Kasim pressed his thumb against the ink stain, which is its own particular. He did not finish. "Yes," Nazar said. "I imagine it is." The warmth of the fondness and the guilt of it occupied the same space in his chest, indistinguishable from each other by this point, a compound thing that he had been carrying so long it had taken on the character of weather, always present, varying in intensity, not requiring explanation. He had been fond of Fatma for 4 years. He had been guilty of the fondness for 4 years. He would continue to be both after. That was the shape of it. He had known this, somewhere underneath the arrangement, and had refused the knowledge with the patient discipline of a man who has decided that certain truths are not actionable and are therefore not useful. Tonight had changed what he understood about usefulness. "Haluk," he said. Nazar made a sound. Not quite a laugh. Something more complicated. "Yes. He has arranged this very thoroughly. He has arranged everything very thoroughly. It is his primary skill." He said it without particular malice, as observation. He will be irritated about the boundary claim. The correction will reach him through Dogan. It will be handled with diplomacy. Dogan is very good. He is. Kasim paused. Haluk will redirect the irritation. He's skilled at finding somewhere for it to go. Has he directed it at you before? Once, early in our acquaintance. He made a comment about the reliability of archival judgments that was not, technically, about me specifically. He looked at his hands. I adjusted my posture, expressed appropriate uncertainty about one element of my position, and let him be more accurate than I was on a minor point. He was satisfied. The dynamic reorganized. Nazar looked at him. You gave him a small victory to defuse a larger contest. It's an efficient approach. It requires knowing exactly how much of yourself to offer. He paused. You've been very good at that. Yes. I've never been able to do it. I am aware that this is partly a limitation and partly a decision, and I have never fully separated the two. Kasim considered this. The land grant. The clerk who held it. That was years of calculating exactly how much of myself to withhold to avoid a conflict I couldn't win cleanly. He turned his cup. Different version of the same accounting. Just the other direction. You withheld yourself to protect your position. I gave less of myself than I wanted to make the situation tenable. A pause. You gave more of yourself than you are, to make the situation tenable. The parallel sat between them. Two different architectures built against the same wind. I'm tired, Kasim said. He did not mean physically. He meant the word in the way it was sometimes used in the old texts. The weight of years version, the kind of tired that is not resolved by sleep, but by the cessation of a long effort. He had been performing the reasonable man for 19 years. He had been performing him well. The performance was impeccable. He was tired of the impeccability. I know, Nazar said. I know you know. Nazar set the cup down. He turned to look at Kasim. The full turn, the complete attention, the amber gaze that had been the first thing Kasim noticed about him, and that he had spent months working not to look at directly. He looked at it now. He let it arrive. Whatever happens this morning, Nazar said. He said it carefully, with the precision he gave to difficult things. Whatever you do, whatever you walk toward, tonight happened. You were here. That is a fact of the record, not the official one. He held Kasim's gaze. The real one. Kasim felt something shift in him. Not the large shifting of the night's dismantling, but smaller, more internal. The specific sensation of a man hearing something he needed without knowing he needed it said. I know, he said. His voice came out different than it usually came out. Not broken. He was not a man who broke cleanly, but changed in the way of things that have been held at very high temperature. The structure altered without the surface shattering. You don't have to, Nazar began. I know I don't. He looked at the lamp. That's not what I'm doing. Nazar was quiet. I'm not managing the situation, Kasim said. I'm not producing the correct response for the context. He stopped. He was not certain he had the language for what he was doing. He had spent so long converting everything into the language of management that the other language was unfamiliar, unpracticed, slightly foreign in his own mouth. I am grateful. For tonight. He stopped again. For being seen through it, Nazar said, giving back Kasim's own words from earlier, quietly, without inflation. Yes, Kasim said. That. The lamp burned. The manuscript on the table held its corrected word. The palace held its lockdown quiet. Outside the archive's high windows, the courtyard lamps had the quality of lights at the end of a long night, still burning steadily, but with the particular commitment of things that will be extinguished before much longer. Kasim became aware, gradually, of the light changing. Not yet dawn, not even the suggestion of dawn, but something, a thinning of the dark, the palace's stones beginning the slow, imperceptible adjustment that preceded the hour before first light. He had been awake long enough that his body had passed through the worst of the deep night heaviness and come out the other side into the false clarity of the hours when sleep has been so long absent that the exhaustion begins to feel like alertness. He was aware of the wedding. He had been aware of it all night. He had not pushed it away and had not held it at the front of his thinking. He had let it sit where it was, in its correct proportion, real and immovable and not the only true thing in the room. Now it was closer. He could feel the proximity of it the way you feel the proximity of a window when you are in a dark room. Not seeing it, but knowing its location, knowing that the light will come through it regardless of whether you are looking at it. He thought about standing in the courtyard. He thought about the vows, the specific formal language of them, the register he had practiced, not because he doubted he would remember them, but because familiarity was a form of control, and control was what he understood. He thought about Fatma's face. He thought about her father's expression of proprietary satisfaction. He thought about the crowd of administrative colleagues and the brief, correct conversation afterward and the small almond pastry that Ozan would procure from somewhere and offer without ceremony, which was how Ozan offered everything that mattered to him. He thought about Nazar. Somewhere in the palace, after the ceremony, Nazar would be in the archive, working, He would have his morning documents and his chronicles and his patient, meticulous attention to the gap between what was recorded and what was true. He would be adding lines to the official record in the formal register, precise and impersonal, the voice of institutional memory rather than individual mind. He would be entirely present, as he always was. And he would know what this morning had been and what the afternoon would be. And he would carry the knowledge in the way he carried everything, with the clear-eyed discipline of a man who does not ask the world to be different from what it is. Kasim did not know how to hold this. He had no practice for it. He had organized his life, with considerable care, around not needing to hold things like this, the specific kind of thing that was too real to deny and too costly to examine. He had been holding it for the last hour, and his hands were not entirely steady, and he was not going to pretend they were. "It's getting late," he said. "Yes," Nazar said. "Or early." Also that. They sat with this. The accuracy of it. The fact that the two things, late and early, were the same hour, that the night had been long enough to arrive at the place where it was both, where the ending and the beginning occupied the same dark before the light made them distinguishable. Nazar's shoulder was still an inch from Kasim's. He had not moved. Kasim had not moved. The inch was not distance, not anymore. It was simply the space two people maintain when they're being careful with each other, when what they're being careful with is something that would be diminished by carelessness. "I should," Kasim began. "Not yet," Nazar said, quietly, not holding, not asking, simply the statement of a preference, offered without expectation. Kasim was quiet. "A little longer," Nazar said. He said it the way he said things that cost him, not performing the cost, but not hiding it either. Simply allowing it to be audible in the particular frequency that required the listener to be paying attention to hear it. Kasim was paying attention. He had been paying attention all night. He would, he knew now, be paying attention to this for a considerable time after it was done. "All right," Kasim said. He leaned his head back against the water-damaged shelf. Nazar did the same. They looked at the ceiling of the restricted room. The same ceiling, the stone, the lamplight making its slow recession as the oil burned lower. And they were quiet, and the night held the last of itself around them, and neither of them slept, and neither of them needed to. Kasim pressed his thumb against the ink stain. He did not try to calculate how much longer they had. He did not try to prepare. He was here, still, in this room, with this man beside him, and the morning was coming the way mornings came, patient, absolute, entirely without interest in whether he was ready. He was not ready. He was going anyway. These two facts sat together without contradiction, and Kasim held them, and the lamp burned lower, and the night moved toward its end. Chapter 13. We should agree to forget. The bolt slid back at some point in the hour before dawn. They both heard it, the deep iron sound of the mechanism releasing, muffled by stone but unmistakable, the specific register of a lock being opened from the outside. Kasim's head lifted. He looked at the archive door. Nazar did not move. Neither of them moved. The corridor beyond the archive was quiet. No footsteps followed the sound. The guard, whoever had released the bolt, had done so and departed, which was the ordinary practice of a lockdown being lifted. The mechanism released, the occupants left to discover the change on their own time. The palace had no particular interest in the moment of discovery. It had returned to ordinary. The archive door was unlocked. Kasim looked at it. Then he looked at the lamp, which had burned very low and was now producing light in the way of something in its final quarter. Still functional, still sufficient, but communicating clearly that its tenure was approaching its end. The two facts were in the same register. Things that had been closed were now open. Things that had been burning were nearing their conclusion. He noted this and did not draw the parallel out loud. The Azan would come soon. He could feel its approach in the quality of the silence, the particular tension of a night that has run the full distance of its own darkness and is gathering toward the moment when it will release. He looked at his hands, the ink stain on his right forefinger, the broad palms, the hands of a man who had spent 19 years holding documents and not holding much else. He pressed his thumb against the stain once, felt the familiar small pressure, and held it. He thought about what he was going to say. He had been thinking about it for the last hour, in the way he thought about difficult things, not anxiously, not with the quality of rehearsal, but the way you approach a document that requires careful handling. Before you touch it, you understand what it is. He understood what this was. It was the only arrangement that protected everyone. It was the arrangement that a reasonable man would make in these circumstances at this hour with a wedding in, he calculated quickly, approximately 4 hours. It was the arrangement that Nazar deserved, in the sense that it asked nothing of him that could be used against him, nothing that could accumulate into obligation or expectation or the specific kind of damage that proximity did when it had nowhere legitimate to go. It was the arrangement Kasim had made before with things that mattered to him. He was skilled at it. The skill had a cost. He was aware of the cost. He had decided it was necessary. He said, "We should agree." Nazar turned his head. To forget. Kasim's voice came out smoothed of everything. Not cold. Nothing so dramatic as cold. Simply the voice he had spent 30 years building. Level, unhurried, calibrated to the ordinary. He had not intended to produce it. It arrived the way well-practiced things arrive, without being summoned. This was the archive. We were locked in. We argued about the manuscript. Nothing else. He heard what the words sounded like as he said them. He heard himself producing them with the precision of a man who has constructed a sentence very carefully and is now deploying it. And he was aware of the gap between what the sentence was and what the night had been, and he pressed through it because the gap was not the point and the deployment was necessary, and he had made this calculation, and it was the correct one. If we say it enough times, he continued, it can become. Don't, Nazar said. His voice was quiet, not sharp, not wounded in the way of a man whose feelings have been injured. Something more exact than that. Nazar, Kasim started. Don't make me complicit in that. The sentence arrived in the room and stayed there. Nazar had said it without anger, without the quality of a man who is delivering a verdict or exacting something. He had said it with the same precision he gave to everything. The precision of a man for whom accuracy was not a weapon, but a principle, a thing he carried the way others carried patience or hope or faith. He was looking at Kasim directly. His eyes had the quality they always had in the lamp's final light. The amber gone deep, the coal blurred entirely now at the corners, the composed and open expression of a man who has arrived somewhere and knows where he is standing. I'll keep your secret, he said. I will keep it every day without being asked. I will keep it well, and I will never, never use it against you. He held Kasim's gaze without flinching. But I will not pretend that I don't know what I know. Kasim said nothing. You can forget if you need to. His voice had changed slightly, not softer, not harder, but the way a thing changes when a man is saying something that costs him and is not going to perform the cost. That's yours. I'm not. That is yours, and I won't touch it. But don't ask me to stand beside you in the forgetting. Nazar. Kasim's voice came out lower than he intended. I know what you're doing, Nazar said. I know why you're doing it. I understand the calculation. I understand it better than you might expect, because I have made versions of it, and some of them are even correct. He paused. This one is not wrong exactly. The practical reasons are real. The people who could be hurt by what I know are real. I'm not dismissing any of it. But you are not asking me to keep a secret. He looked at the lamp, its low burning, its final light. You're asking me to say that this night was not what it was. And the answer to that is no. He looked back at Kasim. The answer will always be no. Not as punishment, not as leverage, as the only form of honesty I have left to offer you. The room was very still. Kasim stood. He did it the way he did everything, without drama, without the performance of resolve, the ordinary motion of a man getting to his feet. He straightened his robe. He ran a hand through his hair and found it beyond the reach of quick remedy, which was a small specific fact that he held for a moment before letting go. He looked down at Nazar, who was still sitting against the shelf with his empty cup and his painted eyes and his expression that had never been arrogance and had always been this, had always been the particular calm of a man who has made peace with wanting things he cannot keep. Kasim understood that now. He wished, with a precision that surprised him, that he had understood it months ago. He wished it and he set it aside, because the wishing was the kind that had nowhere to go, and he had learned, over a long time, the difference between grief that could be metabolized and grief that simply had to be carried. "All right," he said. He walked to the archive door. He put his hand on the iron handle. The handle moved. He stopped. He stood with his hand on the handle, and the door not yet open and the corridor beyond it invisible still. And he was aware of the specific quality of this moment, the threshold, the last interval before the morning took him, the few seconds in which the night was technically still happening. He did not know what his face would do if he turned around. He had very little control left over his face after this night, and he had been careful for 30 years partly because he understood what happened when control failed. What became visible, what became available, what could be used. He was not afraid of Nazar seeing it. That was new. That was the thing the night had done that could not be undone, that would sit in him for 22 years. The knowledge that there was one person in the world in front of whom his face could do whatever it needed to do, and the world would not end. He did not turn around. "Nazar." "Yes. I'm going to be." He stopped. He started again. He was going to say fine, which was the word he had always used, the word that closed inquiries and resolved concerns and maintained the surface. He had spent 30 years saying fine. Tonight he had spent several hours not saying it. He was not certain he could go back to it immediately. "I'm going to be all right," he said, which was a different sentence. Not the same promise. The other one, the one that acknowledged that all right and fine were not synonyms, that all right was a harder thing to be and a more honest one. A pause, long enough that he felt it. "I know that too," Nazar said. The words came out the way Nazar's words always came out, without inflation, without comfort that was actually reassurance for reassurance sake, simply the statement of a fact by a man who believed it and offered it as such. "I know that too. Not, you'll be fine. Not, it will be all right. I know that you will be all right. I know this about you. I have been paying attention." Kasim opened the door. He walked into the corridor. He did not look back. He heard, or felt, or imagined, in the way of a man whose senses have been sharpened by a long night into something almost unreliable in their precision. The quality of the room behind him, the archive, the lamp at its final burning, the manuscript on the table, and Nazar sitting against the water-damaged shelf, alone now, still. The corridor was cool and dark and smelled of stone and the particular absence of the cedar oil smell that belonged to the archive. He walked through it. His footsteps were quiet. His hands were folded behind his back in the posture he used for walking through the palace corridors, the ordinary posture of a man going somewhere he expected to go. The morning reached him at the corridor's end, where a window faced east and the sky was the particular gray of the hour before first light. Not yet the azan, not yet the blue that preceded it, but the gray of a sky that has made up its mind. He stood at the window for a moment. Behind him, in the archive, he heard, faintly through stone, the sound of someone setting down a cup. He turned away from the window. He walked toward the morning. The palace was beginning to breathe. Not yet the full accumulation of sound that characterized the day. Not the kitchens, not the footsteps, not the ambient machinery of a court in operation. But the first movements, somewhere a door. Somewhere, a guard shift completing its final rotation. The specific quality of a building that has been still all night and is beginning, increment by increment, to remember that it is full of people. Kasim moved through it. He was invisible again. He was in the corridor, and he was in his ordinary posture, and his robe was straight, and his face was doing whatever it was doing, and the morning was making him one of its own. This was the thing he had always been good at. The palace's light took him back without question, as it had always taken him back, as it would continue to take him back for as long as he chose to offer himself to it. He walked and did not think about anything he was not ready to think about yet. He would be all right. He had said so, and he had meant it, and Nazar had known it was true, and that was going to have to be enough for the morning and the ceremony and the years that followed. Not comfort, not resolution, not the clean ending that the word enough implied. Just enough, the measure of what was available, the thing you held when you could not hold everything, the quantity that was not sufficient, and was what there was. He turned a corner. Ahead of him, the passage that led toward the secondary courtyard, and beyond it, eventually his rooms, and the clothes that had been laid out the night before, and the water that would be warm enough for washing by the time he arrived, and the ceremony that was 4 hours away and was not going to change because of anything that had happened in the restricted room. He put his hand in his pocket. His fingers found the ink stain on his forefinger without his directing them. The oldest habit, the oldest reflex, the body's private ritual of self-check and self-comfort that he had been performing since his mid-20s without knowing he was performing it. He pressed the spot. He held it. Then he walked on, and the morning took him, and he became, again, correctly, with the full weight of the word, invisible. In the archive behind him, the call to prayer had not yet come, but it was very close now, gathering itself in the minarets across the city, readying its blade of sound against the dark. In a few minutes, everything would begin. Chapter 14. The bolt slides open. Nazar sat in the archive after Kasim left and did not count how long he sat there. This was a small and deliberate choice, not to count. He was a man who documented things, who found comfort in the precision of record, who had spent 6 years understanding the world through the discipline of naming what occurred and when. The decision not to count the minutes that passed while he sat against the water-damaged shelf was therefore not a passive thing, but an active one, a refusal of the instrument, a recognition that some intervals were not served by measurement. He turned the cup in his hands. It was empty. It had been empty for a long time. He was not under any illusion that it required examination, and yet his hands performed their rotation, the slow, habitual motion that meant he was thinking faster than the room required him to speak, the motion he had been performing most of the night. The lamp guttered once, steadied, guttered again. He watched it with the attention he had been giving to things all night, the full, unguarded attention of a man who has stopped performing restraint because there is no longer anyone in the room to perform it for. The lamp was burning its last. He had done nothing to prevent this, and did not now, and the reason was not inertia, but something more considered. He wanted to be in the dark when the light was gone. He wanted the moment to be what it was rather than managed into something more comfortable. The guttering settled. The flame held. He looked at the manuscript on the table. It was still open to the disputed passage, the correction in Kasim's handwriting visible in the margin, the ink still fresh in the way of things written in the last several hours. Kasim's hand was very controlled. He had noticed this from the first time he encountered his annotations. The letters even, the pressure consistent, the script of a man who had trained himself to produce the same result regardless of the internal weather. You could not tell from the handwriting alone that the man who made it had been awake all night, had sat on the floor of a locked room, had said things he had not said to anyone in 30 years. The correction was impeccable. Nazar reached for the manuscript. He pulled it from a table and held it in his lap and looked at the corrected word. Ushte, the proper rendering, the arrival instead of the declaration. The man coming to the end of a long journey and finding himself standing somewhere he had not allowed himself to expect. He read the corrected line once. Read it again. He thought, this will outlast both of us. Not because either of them was important, not because the archive would preserve this particular manuscript as anything other than one among thousands, but because text survived in ways that people did not, because paper and binding held their contents through the indifference of centuries, and the correction in the margin of this page would sit here, in this controlled, permanent hand, long after the man who made it was unreachable, long after Nazar himself was unreachable. He had always found comfort in the persistence of record. He had built his professional life around the conviction that the act of writing things down was not vanity, but service, that the future's ability to understand the past depended on the present's willingness to be precise. He believed this. He still believed it, sitting in the declining lamplight, holding a manuscript with another man's correction in the margin. He also understood, for the first time in a way that was more than intellectual, the cost of being the record keeper rather than the recorded. Kasim's handwriting would be here. Kasim would not. He closed the manuscript. He did it carefully, the way he closed all old texts, the deliberate pressure at the spine, the even settling of the covers, the small pause before letting go. The way you close something that belongs to someone else. Not with ceremony, with the specific attentiveness of a man who understands that care and sentiment are not the same quality, and who has always preferred care. He set on the table. The Azin came through the archive's high windows in the way of sounds that travel through stone, stripped of origin, arriving as pure register. The familiar words moving through the morning air with the quality of something that has been happening every dawn for so long that it is no longer distinguishable from the dawn itself. Nazar listened to it. He did not move. When it was done, the silence was different. Not the silence of before. Not the archive's nighttime quality of accumulated human attention. Not the silence of a room with two people in it who were being very careful about something. Not even the silence immediately after Kasim left, which had been the specific silence of a room containing one person who was trying to decide what kind of person he was going to be for the next several hours. This was the morning silence. The world beginning its next rotation, indifferent and exact, with the specific quality of a machine that runs without requiring the participation of anyone inside it. Nazar sat inside it and was still. He was not. He had decided at some point in the last hour to be someone who fell apart in an empty room. He was not someone who fell apart generally, which was one of the facts about himself that he had spent years understanding was not purely admirable, that the discipline had a cost, that the cost was paid in a currency he had not always recognized. But he was also not going to perform stability on its behalf. He was going to simply sit with what was true and not require it to be anything other than what it was. What was true? Kasim was gone. What was true? He had always known Kasim would go. He had known it before Kasim entered the restricted room last night, before the lockdown, before any of this. He had known it the first time he saw Kasim at the second workstation from the far wall. Had known it in the way you know things about people that they have not told you. The reading of an arrangement, so practiced, it has become a structure, load-bearing, permanent, invisible to the person inside it. He had known the shape of the ending before the night began. He had entered the night knowing it anyway. This was not the same as the man at 24. Delara had said it wasn't the same shape, and she had been right. And he understood now in what specific way she had been right. The man at 24 had needed him invisible. The ending there had been clean because there had been nothing to document. No name said aloud in the corridor, no acknowledgement across a room, no record of any kind that the thing had existed. He had become, cleanly and entirely, an omission. Kasim had not asked him to be an omission. Kasim had asked him to forget, which was a different request, and Nazar had refused it, and the refusal had not felt like an act of protection, not of himself, not in the way his policy had always been about protection. It had felt like something else, something that didn't have a name in the professional vocabulary he had built for 20 years. He thought it felt like witnessing. He had spent 6 years in this archive understanding that the act of seeing something accurately and writing it down was an act of preservation, that what was not recorded was not preserved, that the past depended on the present's willingness to see clearly and say so. He had never applied this understanding to his own life. His own life he had documented in parallel, in the private margin, but he had documented it as a man records weather, the facts, the conditions, the precise temperature of whatever was occurring. Not this. He would remember this the way he had always, privately, wanted things to be remembered. Not the temperature, but the weight. Not the conditions, but the meaning. Not the official record, but the true one. He had a gift for this. It was also, it turned out, a way of being entirely alone. He sat with this for a while. The gray light through the high windows was becoming something more specific. Not yet blue, but the suggestion of it, the sky making up its mind. The archive was becoming visible beyond the lamp's diminishing radius, the shapes of the shelves and desks assembling themselves out of the dark. He knew this room by touch, by proximity, by the memory his body kept of its layout. It looked different with the night leaving. He reached for the manuscript again. He did not open it. He held it. He thought about Kasim walking through the morning. He thought about the specific quality of Kasim's posture when he was in the palace corridors, the folded hands, the unhurried pace, the practiced invisibility that was not actually invisibility, but something more precise. The performance of a man who has arranged every surface to suggest there is no interior. He had seen through it in the first month and had spent several months deciding what to do with the seeing and had arrived, eventually, at tonight. He hoped, and This was the specific shape of the feeling, not quite hope, but in its direction, that Kasim would be able to put himself back together enough to get through the ceremony. Not because Nazar had any investment in the ceremony, but because Kasim was going to have to live inside that performance for a long time afterward, and the performance would be easier if it was assembled correctly from the beginning. He was very good at it. Nazar had always known he was very good at it. He had spent the night watching the man disassemble his own competence, one careful layer at a time, and he had found, to his own considerable surprise, that the thing underneath the competence was not the emptiness Kasim feared. It was a person, entire, specific, with strong opinions about bread and a capacity for attention that was almost physical in its weight when it was fully directed at you. He had been entirely directed at Nazar for one night. Nazar pressed the manuscript in his hands, gently once. He was going to remember all of it. This was the decision he had made. Not dramatically, not in the form of a statement or a vow or anything that required ceremony. Simply the quiet decision of a man who has understood something about himself. That he was built for this, for keeping things accurately, for being the one who did not look away or pretend or smooth the record into something more comfortable than what it was. He would keep this. He would keep it carefully in the archive of himself that ran parallel to the official one, the one that recorded what was true rather than what was convenient. He would keep it the way he kept everything that mattered, without requiring it to be anything other than what it was, without demanding that it hold him back or console him or be larger than its actual size. It was one night. It had been entirely real. Those two facts would coexist in his memory for as long as his memory ran. 22 years, as it would turn out. He did not know this yet. He set the manuscript down. He stood. His body reported the night's sitting, the slight stiffness in his back, the particular quality of limbs that had been in one position for longer than was strictly comfortable. He stretched briefly, with the unself-consciousness of a man alone in a room. Then he picked up the cup. He looked at it, set it back down on the floor where it had spent the night. He looked at the lamps, both burning low now, both in the territory of their final hours. He did not extinguish them. He let them be what they were, burning down toward their own conclusion at the pace they had always intended. He moved to his desk, not the table in the restricted room, his desk in the eastern wing, the one where his chronicles were stacked and his morning documents waited and the day's work was assembled in its patient rows. He sat down. He pulled the day's sheet toward him. He picked up his pen. He wrote the date in the formal register. The weather conditions, clear, cold, as the week had been. The matters of administrative note, of which there were several from the lockdown and its resolution, which he recorded in the impersonal institutional voice, precise and complete. He wrote it all correctly. He wrote it without omission. At the bottom of the page, in the narrow margin where he kept the other record, the private one, the parallel text that had been running for 6 years beneath the official version. He stopped. He looked at the margin for a long moment. He wrote, "He left before the Azan. I did not ask him to stay, which was the correct thing. He will be all right. I know this about him." He stopped. "Read it back." He added, "I will be all right also. I know this about myself. It is taking slightly longer to arrive at as a feeling than as a fact, which is the normal sequence." He stopped again. He wrote, "Finally, I lied to no one. I kept nothing out of the record. The night happened. The correction is in the margin in his handwriting. That is sufficient." He set down the pen. He looked at the eastern wing's small window, the mint growing untidily along the far wall of the courtyard garden, which had arrived there without being planted and which he had allowed to become whatever it wanted. The light was arriving outside, blue and definite, the sky having made its mind up in the interval. The first real light of the day. He looked at the manuscript, at the correction in Kasim's controlled hand. He looked at his own notes in the margin. Then he turned to the next sheet and to the next chronicle in the stack, and he went on with his work, which was what he had always done, which was what would continue to be available to him after the morning took everything else, and which was, he had come to understand, the form of constancy he had chosen and did not regret. He worked until the palace was fully awake around him. He did not look at the archive door. He went on. Chapter 15. The morning takes him. The courtyard he chose was one he had discovered by accident 11 years ago, On a morning when the usual route between the secondary archive and the eastern corridor had been blocked by a repair to the drainage channel, and he had taken the only available detour, which had led him through a passage he had not previously used, which had opened into a small courtyard with a pomegranate tree and a stone bench, and no particular purpose. It was not a place anyone went. It had no fountain, no decorative stonework, nothing that marked it as a destination rather than an accident. The palace had many such spaces, rooms and corridors and courtyards that existed in the architecture without existing in anyone's attention, left over from some earlier configuration of the building that had been partially revised but not entirely consumed by the revision. He had come back to it twice since the accident of discovery. He had not told anyone it was there. He sat on the stone bench. The pomegranate tree was bare at this time of year, the branches skeletal against the early light, the sky above at the particular blue of winter mornings, deep cold entirely itself, with no interest in modulating for the comfort of anyone looking at it. He could see his breath in the air. He had not taken his outer robe. He had gone to his rooms and found the clothes laid out for the ceremony and had looked at them for a long moment and then had not changed yet, had simply washed his face and hands and come here to this courtyard, still in the robe he had worn all night, still carrying everything the night had given him. He sat with his hands on his knees. He was not going to go through the ceremony the way he had gone through it in his head. The preparation, the measured composure, the managed sequence of putting on the right clothes and the right expression and the right posture. Not yet. He had time, and he had spent 30 years preparing for things in advance of needing to be prepared for them. And this morning he was going to do it differently. He was going to sit here first. The tree held its bare branches against the sky. A small bird, the sparrow kind, the kind that was everywhere and noticed by no one, landed on the highest branch and stayed there for a moment, looking at nothing in particular with the complete equanimity of a creature that has never been required to manage its own expression. Kasim looked at it. He thought, I've been awake all night, and I am sitting in a courtyard looking at a sparrow, and in 3 hours I'm going to say vows in front of people I know and people I don't know, and a woman who deserves more than I have to give her. He thought, this is the most honest accounting I have made of a morning in 30 years. He sat with this. He was not broken. He wanted to establish this, even to himself, particularly to himself, with some precision, because he'd spent most of his life afraid that the thing that would happen if he stopped performing was breakage, was the discovery that there was nothing underneath the performance, was the confirmation of the fear that the self-erasure at 19 had been total and irreversible. He had sat against the water-damaged shelf in a locked archive and said true things to another person, and the true things had not destroyed him, and the night had not destroyed him, and Nazar's refusal to forget had not destroyed him. He was not broken. He was sitting on a cold stone bench in the early morning, tired in a way that went below the physical, honest in a way he had not been since before he knew honesty was something he was rationing. He was not broken. He was changed. He did not know yet what the change was exactly. It was too new to examine clearly. The way you cannot read a document that has just gotten wet, you have to wait for it to dry before you can see what it says. But he could feel its outline, the shape of it, the fact of it, sitting in him alongside all the other facts of the morning. The ceremony, the vows, the years that followed, the life he had built and was about to more completely enter. He thought about Nazar. He permitted himself this. He was alone in the courtyard, and the morning was still his for a little while longer, and he was done with the 30-year practice of not permitting himself things. He thought about Nazar, sitting in the archive, alone, with the lamp burning low and the manuscript on the table, and the specific quality of solitude that belonged to a man who had decided, years ago, that being visible was worth the price, and who had been paying the price consistently, and who last night had been actually chosen at actual cost by someone with something real to lose, and who would wake up this morning to an archive and a day's chronicles and the ordinary continuity of his life. He thought about Nazar's expression when he had said, I know that too. The sparrow left the branch. The branch shook once, briefly, and stilled. He had told Nazar he was going to be all right. He had meant it, and he still meant it. And he was also aware that all right was a destination rather than a current condition, that the distance between here and there was not negligible, that the path between them ran directly through the ceremony and the years after it, and the life that had been arranged before this night, and that the night had not rearranged. He had not thought the night would rearrange his life. He had not permitted himself that thought. But he had also not known, entering the archive yesterday evening, what a night could do, had not known what it felt like to be entirely present in a room with someone who was also entirely present, what it did to a man's relationship to his own existence, what it cost, and what it gave, and what it left behind that could not be unfound. He knew now. The knowledge was not going to change what he walked toward this morning. He had understood this before he walked out of the archive, had understood it with the same clarity with which he understood the boundary documents, the administrative records, the things that were simply true regardless of whether they were convenient. He was going to marry Fatma. He was going to stand in the courtyard and say what was required to be said, and the ceremony was going to proceed, and his life was going to continue in the shape it had been in before the lockdown, and the shape was not going to feel the same from inside it, because he was not the same person who had entered the archive the previous evening. He had thought for 30 years that performing the right life and living it were the same act. He had been wrong. He was not going to tell himself he had not been wrong. He was not going to produce the argument that made the wrongness less wrong, the argument that said, given the circumstances, given the period, given the specific and real danger of being a man like him in a court like this, the performance was the only available choice. He had made that argument for 3 decades, and it had been convincing, and it had been, in many of its parts, accurate. And it was also not the whole truth. And the whole truth, which he had been allowed to see last night for the first time, was there had been a person underneath the performance. There still was. The performance had not gone all the way through. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain on his forefinger. The person was still there. 38 years old, tired, sitting on a cold stone bench in a palace courtyard before his own wedding with last night's robe still on. Carrying a night he had not expected and a grief he had not permitted himself to name and a love. There was the word, arriving in the morning courtyard with no announcement. The last thing he had thought would present itself to him today. A love for someone who would keep his secret faithfully for as many years as they both lived, and who would not let him pretend the night had been nothing, and who had been correct not to let him, and whose correctness was going to cost them both something, real and permanent. He sat with the word. He had not used it in so long, not in the internal account, not in the private version, that it felt strange in his thinking, slightly unfamiliar, the way a room feels when you return after a long absence and find that the furniture is correct, but the proportions are different than you remembered. The word was correct. The proportions had changed. He was in love with Nazar. He recognized now, with the blunt precision of a man finally reading a document he had been avoiding for approximately 4 months. He had called it professional irritation, and called it disruption of his established patterns, and called it the specific annoyance of a person who was difficult to neutralize into a known quantity. He had been exquisitely thorough about not calling it what it was. He called it what it was now. He did not collapse under the weight of calling it what it was. He sat on the bench and held it, and the sparrow returned to the branch and left again, and the morning got a shade lighter, and Kasim breathed. He was going to walk into the wedding. This was not a collapse or a concession or the triumph of cowardice over honesty. He had thought, in the months before last night, that the wedding was the correct thing, the reasonable arrangement, the sensible completion of a life that had been organized toward exactly this kind of conclusion. He thought differently now, but the thinking differently did not change the material circumstances. Fatma was a real person. Haluk's arrangements were load-bearing in ways that affected more than Kasim's own life. The court's stability depended on the predictability of its members, and he was a member of this court, and the predictability was not only for his own convenience, but for the people whose situations were adjacent to his. These were real facts. He had not invented them to excuse himself. He had also, for 30 years, used them to excuse himself from things that had nothing to do with Haluk or the court or the reasonable arrangement, and he knew the difference now, and the knowledge was going to be its own long labor. He was going to walk into the wedding and say the vows and be present for it, genuinely present, not performing presence, not at the remove he had been at for 30 years. He was going to be present for Fatma, who was a full person and deserved the fullest version of him he could offer, which was not everything, and which both of them had known, going in, was not everything. He was going to do this with open eyes, which was different from doing it the way he would have done it yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, he would have done it from behind the glass. Today, he was going to do it from inside. That was harder. It was also more honest. He had decided at some point in the last several hours that honesty was not something he could continue to apply only to documents. The light had changed while he was sitting. The blue was full now, complete, the sun not yet visible above the palace's eastern walls, but its arrival clearly a matter of minutes rather than hours. The pomegranate tree threw a precise shadow across the courtyard stones. The cold had not relented. It was the cold of late autumn holding its position against the morning's attempts to warm it, the kind of cold that did not hurt so much as clarify. He had been sitting in it without a proper outer robe, and his hands were cold on his knees, and he had not minded. He stood. He did it without ceremony. He straightened his robe and ran his hand through his hair and was not surprised to find it still beyond remedy, which produced in him, briefly, the very faint suggestion of something related to amusement. His hair, after everything. He stood in the courtyard of the palace where he had worked for 19 years and thought about his hair, and the amusement, small, wry, entirely private, lasted approximately 3 seconds, which was the length of time it took to complete the thought and let it go. He was going to walk toward the ceremony. He was going to be all right in the way he had promised, which was not the same as fine, which was not the same as happy, which was not the same as having resolved anything. He was going to be all right the way a man is all right when he has stopped lying to himself about the nature of his life. Not better, not worse, not fixed, simply more honest. The honesty would cost him something. He had understood this before he opened the archive door, and he understood it now, standing in the courtyard with the morning fully arrived around him. He was going to carry it. He was good at carrying things. He had been carrying things for 30 years with both hands and had never once asked to put them down. This would be different from what he had been carrying before. Not lighter, not heavier, but differently shaped, the weight distributed in a way that acknowledged what it was. He would carry the memory of last night the way he carried other true things. Carefully, without display, with the full attention his work had taught him to give to things that mattered and that deserved precision in their keeping. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain one final time. Then he let go. He walked out of the courtyard through the passage he had found by accident 11 years ago. And the morning took him in, and the palace folded him back into itself with the indifferent ease of a city that has absorbed many people's private silences. And he was, again, finally, with the full understanding of the word, invisible. But not, he thought, walking through the corridor toward his rooms, and the ceremony close and the day that was waiting for him with its complete and immovable patience, entirely gone. The difference between those two things, invisible and gone, was the thing the night had given him. It was small and it was enormous and it was his, and he held it, and he walked on. Chapter 16, The Ceremony. The ceremony clothes were where he had left them. He had known they would be. He had arranged them himself, the previous evening, before going to the archive, laid out with the particular attentiveness he gave to things that required doing correctly, the robe pressed and the sash properly folded and the small things in their proper positions, the preparation of a man who understood that ceremony had its own logic and that the logic was best honored by being ready before it was needed. He had done this with the calm efficiency of someone completing a task. He could not now remember having done it. It felt like something that had happened to a different version of himself, in a different version of the previous evening, before the archive and the lockdown and the 10 hours that had changed the shape of everything he understood about his own life. He washed. The water was cold. The palace's morning rotation had not yet brought the heated supply to this corridor cistern, which he had known was a possibility and had not corrected for, which was its own small fact about the morning. He washed his face and his hands and the back of his neck with the cold water and was grateful for the clarity of it. He looked at his face in the copper mirror above the basin. He looked the same. He was aware that this was not surprising. That one night did not visibly alter the architecture of face that had spent 38 years arriving at its current arrangement. And he was also aware, looking at his reflection with the specific attention of a man who has not looked directly at himself for a long time, that the face looking back at him was not entirely the same face that had looked back at him yesterday morning. Something had settled differently. The expression he could not name, the particular configuration of lines around his eyes and his mouth, not softer, not harder, but as though the mask and the face beneath it had moved fractionally closer together, the gap between them reduced from what it had been. He dressed. He did this with care, unhurried, each piece placed correctly, the sash tied with the precise tension he had always used. He ran a hand through his hair and addressed it with the comb that lived beside the mirror and found that it was, with effort, manageable. Not impeccable. He was past impeccable this morning and did not reach for it. He looked at himself once more. He was a man going to his wedding. He was going in full knowledge of what he was doing and what he was not doing and what would and would not be available to him afterward. He was going with the specific quality of open eyes that the night had left him, the quality that was not happiness and was not resignation and was not the managed, comfortable numbness of a man who has agreed not to look directly at anything. He was going clearly. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain. He let go. He picked up his outer robe and put it on and walked to the door and went out. The courtyard where the ceremony was held was the formal one. The large courtyard, the old stones, the covered walk along 3 sides that filled with guests in the way of covered walks at such occasions. People pressed to the inner edge, angled to see, without being seen to try to see, performing an interest that was for most of them entirely genuine. Weddings in the inner court were not common. They drew the attention that uncommon things drew in a place where most things were, by institutional design, predictable. Kasim stood at the designated position and looked at the stone floor in front of him, which was the same stone floor that had been here for 100 years, which had stood through 3 sultans and countless ceremonies and the entire administrative history of the empire's operation in this city, which had absorbed the footsteps of more people than anyone had counted and would absorb more after him, and had no opinion about any of it. He looked up. Haluk Ilgaz was across the courtyard with the expression he always wore at his own arrangements, the expression of a man taking accurate inventory of his work and finding it satisfactory. He wore his formal robes and his careful beard and the proprietary satisfaction of a man whose daughter was being well placed. He looked at Kasim with the approving assessment of someone checking that the important piece is in its correct position, and Kasim met his gaze with the even, correct warmth of a son-in-law, and the exchange was completed in 2 seconds, and both men looked away, and neither had said anything at all. Ozan was somewhere in the covered walk. Kasim did not look for him, but was aware of him, the specific quality of his presence, which was different from other people's presences in the way of something familiar. Ozan had not said anything to him this morning. He had been in the corridor when Kasim passed through it, and he had looked at Kasim with an expression that had no performance in it at all. None of the jovial deflection, none of the food-adjacent warmth, none of the strategic obliviousness that was his primary mode of love. He had simply looked at Kasim, and then he had nodded once, and Kasim had nodded back, and they had not spoken. It was, Kasim thought, the most honest exchange they had had in 9 years. Then Fatma came into the courtyard. She wore dark blue, a deep, specific shade that he had not seen her in before, that suited her in the way of colors that had been chosen rather than settled for. Her silver pins were in her hair, the same ones she wore to every occasion, the right ones for this context. She was precise and composed, and she moved through the courtyard with the unhurried attention to correct placement that was her most consistent quality. Not the nervousness of a woman performing at her own wedding, but the clear-eyed presence of someone who has made a decision and is completing it. She arrived at the designated position beside him. He looked at her. She looked at him. Something crossed her face in the interval between their eyes meeting and the ceremony beginning. Something small and quick and entirely private. The kind of thing that happened in a person's face when they're seeing something more clearly than they expected to. He could not name what she saw. He was not certain he wanted to try. He was certain only that she saw something, that whatever it was, she had registered it and was not going to produce it as evidence or grievance or the soft, terrible currency of unspoken things between people who have agreed to share a life. She was, he thought, and the warmth of it was genuine and complete, and also, somewhere underneath, shot through with the specific grief that had been running parallel to the warmth for 4 years. Remarkable. He had known this. He was more certain of it now than he had ever been, which was information about what the night had done to his ability to see things clearly. She deserved this clarity from him. She deserved it earlier. She was not going to say so. He looked forward as the ceremony required. The imam spoke. He spoke in the formal register, the language of ceremony, the words that had been said at these occasions for centuries and that arrived in the courtyard with the specific weight of repetition. Not hollow, not merely procedural, but carrying the accumulated significance of every time they had been said before. All the people who had stood in different courtyards and said these words and walked away from them into the rest of their lives. Kasim listened. He did not drift. He had made a decision, sitting in the small courtyard with the pomegranate tree, to be present for this, and he was present for it, the words arriving in him rather than landing at a managed distance, the cold air of the morning on his face, the sound of the covered walk settling as people shifted their weight, the specific quality of the formal silence when the imam paused between one thing and the next. He said what was required to be said. His voice came out the way he had trained it over 30 years. Level, unhurried, calibrated. But the calibration was not the old calibration. It was not the voice of a man at remove from his own life, producing the correct sounds from behind the glass of managed performance. It was the voice of a man who was doing something he understood fully, with open eyes, in the full weight of the word's meaning. A man choosing to be here. He had always been choosing. He understood now that choice required seeing the choice clearly, and he had not been seeing it. He was seeing it now. The choice was not different. The seeing was. The imam completed the ceremony. Haluk stepped forward to perform his part with the specific satisfaction of a man completing a transaction he has been working toward for some time, which was what this was, and what Kasim did not resent him for, because Haluk was not a villain and the transaction was not malicious, and the world was full of men who loved their children in the only language they had been taught, which was the language of arrangement and security and placing pieces in positions that would hold. Kasim accepted the hand that was offered. He accepted the words that were said. He accepted the cup that was passed, and he drank from it, and he looked at Fatma over its rim when he handed it back. She was looking at him, not with the expression of a woman claiming her arrangement, not with the careful warmth of the dinners or the redirecting intelligence of her father's table. She was looking at him with the same expression he had seen in the interval before the ceremony began, the seeing more clearly than expected expression, the private and entirely composed recognition of a woman who knows what she has agreed to and is not surprised and is not, he thought, broken by the not surprising. She raised the cup and drank and handed it back. And then the ceremony was done, and the covered walk produced the murmur of people being released from formal attention, and Haluk's hand was on his shoulder with the weight of a man taking possession of a thing that is now officially his, which was not how Haluk thought about it, but was what the gesture communicated to Kasim's specific, clarified perception. He accepted the weight of it. He received the correct congratulations from the correct people in the correct order, and he heard himself producing the correct responses, and the morning went about its business of being the morning after his wedding with the complete indifference to his interior that mornings had always shown. This was, he had decided, appropriate. The morning owed him nothing. He had never expected it to. Ozan appeared at his left shoulder at the moment when it became socially permissible to stop receiving congratulations and begin moving toward the reception room. He appeared with an almond pastry and said nothing, simply offered it, held it out, waited. Kasim took it. The good ones, he said. The correct ones, Ozan said. He ate it. Ozan stood beside him and looked at the courtyard filling with people and movement and did not say anything else for a moment, which was its own sentence, its own paragraph, its own complete and perfectly sufficient communication. I'm all right, Kasim said. Ozan looked at him, the long look, the one with no deflection in it. I know, he said, in the tone of a man who means something more specific than the words. I know you are. They stood together for a moment longer. Then the event's logic claimed them, and they moved with it, And the morning continued, and Kasim moved through it in the strange new register of man who is invisible and present simultaneously, who has returned to the performance and has not forgotten that it is one, who is carrying something that cannot be set down and has decided, finally, to carry it correctly. Somewhere in the palace, in the eastern wing of the archive, Nazar was at his desk. He was writing the day's official record in the formal register, present date, matters of administrative note, the items of the court's daily operation that the chronicle required. He wrote in his even, unhurried hand, with the precision he had always given to this work, and that the work had always deserved regardless of what else was true. At the bottom of the page, in a section reserved for the day's observances and notable occurrences, he wrote one additional line. He wrote it in the formal register, the impersonal institutional voice, the language of official record rather than individual mind. The weather today, clear and cold. He looked at it. He set down his pen. He looked at the manuscript on the corner of his desk, the volume from the restricted collection, the corrected passage, the annotation in Kasim's handwriting still clear in the margin. He had brought it back to his desk this morning without deciding to, the way you carry things that have weight without counting them in your inventory. He looked at the line he had written. The weather today, clear and cold. He did not add anything. He closed the record. He placed it with the completed documents. He pulled the next chronicle from a stack and opened it to the page where he had left off the previous day, which was before everything, which was very far away now, though the distance was measured in hours rather than years. He read. The morning went on. Chapter 17, A Garden in Uskadar. The historian's name was Layla, and she had been following the thread for 3 years. She had begun, as these things began, with a single anomaly, a marginal note in a chronicle from the later reign that did not belong to the primary hand. She had almost passed over it. The annotation was small, precisely written, technically unremarkable, a correction to a date, the kind of emendation that accumulated in old records as naturally as dust. She had written it down and moved to the next page. The next page had another one. By the end of the session, she had found 7. By the end of the week, she had found 30, distributed across 4 volumes spanning 11 years of the official chronicle. The primary hand was documented. Nazar known as Nazar al-Nadim in the formal record, chief chronicler appointed late in the reign, died in office at an advanced age, survived by no official relation. A man the record described in the language it reserved for people it respected but did not need to explain. Thorough, precise, of irreproachable integrity, the archive's longest-serving senior figure after the head archivist himself. The second hand had no name attached to it anywhere. She had spent nearly 3 years trying to find it. The script was distinctive, not flamboyant, nothing that announced itself. In fact, the opposite. It was the script of a man who had practiced producing the same result regardless of what he was thinking or feeling, controlled in the way of something that had been controlled for so long the control was structural rather than effortful. But it was unmistakable once you had read enough of it. The way a person's voice becomes unmistakable even when they are whispering. You knew this hand. You knew when it appeared. You knew, eventually, the quality of attention behind it. The corrections that were not just corrections but arguments, the annotations that occasionally disagreed with the primary text and language, so precise it was nearly indistinguishable from restraint, the marginal notes that arrived with the frequency and manner of a man talking to someone who was not in the room, which, she had come to understand, was exactly what they were. She had identified the script through comparison with administrative records, the painstaking, eye-straining process of holding copies against each other in the light and matching letter forms across decades of documents, until the accumulation of evidence became something she could stand in front of a committee and call a conclusion. The hand belonged to the same archive. A scribe, not a chronicler, the administrative function different, the position technically subordinate, though nothing about the annotations read as subordinate. A man named in the payroll records, in the assignment logs, in the transfer documents from one section of the archive to another across a 19-year tenure that ended with a notation so spare it could have meant almost anything. Retired to private residence. Asian Shore. No date recorded for the retirement itself, only for the processing of the final stipend. She had found the address through the stipend records. It had taken 4 months. She had not been certain, arriving on the Asian shore in the early afternoon of a winter day, that he would still be there. The records were old. The man in them would be old. The city moved on from its old men at the pace cities always moved, not unkindly, simply without particular notice. He was in the garden. The garden was not large and was not, by any conventional measure, impressive. It occupied the space behind a house of modest but solid construction on a narrow street that ran parallel to the water, the kind of street that had probably looked almost exactly like this for 50 years and would look like it for 50 more, unremarkable in the specific way of streets that have found their form and stopped trying. The gate was iron and slightly rusty and functioned perfectly. The path beyond it was stone, laid with the practical precision of someone who had cared more about it, not shifting in wet weather than about its aesthetics. The man at the far end of the garden was not what she had pictured. She had pictured, from the handwriting, someone spare. The script was so controlled that she had assembled an image of the person producing it as similarly spare, angular, contained. The man in the garden was broad through the shoulders and chest in the way of someone whose body had once expected more from itself, with the particular softness that years of sedentary work laid over old physical capacity, making it not gone, but translated. He moved slowly, with the deliberate unhurriedness of a man who has long ago settled the question of how quickly things need to be done. His hair, what remained of it, was white at the temples and gray elsewhere, close-cropped. He was tending a container of mint with the absorbed attention of a man giving a small task his full respect. She announced herself at the gate. He looked up. His face, at this distance, told her very little. He had the quality of a man who had spent many years managing what his face communicated, the controlled, slightly formal expression of someone for whom a stranger at the gate was being assessed before being admitted rather than admitted before being assessed. He looked at her for a moment. Then he set down the small implement he had been using on the mint and came toward her across the garden path. She told him who she was. She told him what she was looking for. The chronicle, the annotated volumes, the secondary hand that had been writing in the margins of Nazar, Aben's official record for 11 years. She told him she had been following the thread for 3 years. She told him she had found, in the administrative records, a name attached to the script. He listened. He stood in the garden path with the winter light on him and his hands at his sides, and he listened with the complete, unhurried attention of a man for whom listening was a practiced art. And when she finished, he was quiet for a moment. She produced a copy, the photographic reproduction of one of the annotated pages, the passage she had come back to again and again in 3 years, because it was the one that felt like the argument beneath all the other arguments, the one where the second hand wrote in the margin something that was technically an annotation to the primary text, and that was, she had become increasingly certain, something else entirely. She held it out. He took it. He looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. Long enough that she became aware of the garden around them. The winter herbs in their containers, the iron gate behind her, the strip of water visible above the roofline across the street, the particular quality of the afternoon light at this latitude in this season, low and clear, the kind of light that showed everything with equal and impartial precision. His hands were marked with old ink. She had read about this, had found it in the administrative descriptions, the payroll notes, the one brief mention in a colleague's memoirs of a scribe whose right forefinger was perpetually stained. She had thought it was a detail of a working life, unremarkable. Looking at it now, on the hands of an old man holding a photograph of a page from an archive he had left 22 years ago, she thought, he has had that stain for 40 years. He has pressed that spot so many times the skin there knows its own name. Sit down, he said. His voice, when it came, was unhurried. It had been built carefully over decades. She could hear the construction of it, the practiced level quality of a man who had trained his voice the way some men trained their hands. And then, underneath that, something else. The thing that happens to a voice when the man producing it has spent the last portion of his life taking apart what he built and reassembling it into something that still had the precision but had let some of the distance go. I'll have tea. Brought. This will take a while to tell properly. She sat. He sat across from her at the small table near the far wall of the garden, where the mint grew untidily along the stone, and something else. She thought it might be time, or might be several things growing together, had colonized the gaps between the stones in the way of things that find conditions agreeable and act accordingly. He did not look at the photograph again. He looked at the garden, the late afternoon light on it, the specific quality of a space that had been tended for some years with the kind of attention that allowed things to become what they wanted rather than what they were intended to be. She had come with her questions prepared. She had been preparing them for 3 years. She had a list, organized by theme, ordered by what she expected the conversation to require. She did not produce the list. He said, "We made an agreement." She waited, that we would forget. He pressed his thumb against the ink stain on his forefinger, an old, automatic gesture, so practiced it clearly had no consciousness left in it, the body's longest habit. This was the archive. We were locked in. We argued about the manuscript. Nothing else. He looked at the garden wall. If we said it enough times. She did not ask who he was. She understood, from the photograph in her hand, from 3 years of reading a man's handwriting in the margins of another man's work, from the specific quality of what this old man was doing with his face in this moment. She understood. She waited. The ghost of something crossed his face. Not quite a smile, but in the same family, the expression of a man arriving at the end of a very long road and finding the destination recognizable. "I lied," he said. She felt the words arrive in the way that true things arrived. Not with drama, not with the quality of revelation, but with the simple weight of something that has been waiting to be said for exactly as long as it needed to wait. "I have been lying," he continued, "for 22 years. To no one. Technically, I kept the agreement in every practical sense. I never spoke of it. I never disclosed what I knew. I never—" He stopped. "But I did not forget. I kept every word of it. Every hour. I have been keeping it the way he kept documents. Carefully, with full attention, without requiring it to be anything other than what it was." He looked at the garden. "I'm very good at keeping things." She asked, "Who was he?" The old man looked at her. He had the eyes of a man who had been paying attention to things for a very long time, who had not stopped paying attention, who was paying attention right now to the question she had asked and to her and to the garden and to whatever it was he was deciding in the interval between the question and the answer. "A chronicler," he said. "The best one I ever knew." A pause. "He died 4 years ago. In office, which was how he would have wanted. Doing the work to the end." He looked at the photograph she was still holding. "He sent you here? That is not a question." It wasn't a question. She confirmed it anyway. Yes. She had received, with the archive's permission to access the restricted collection, an unsealed note in the same, even hand she had been reading for 3 years. It had contained an address on the Asian shore and nothing else. He nodded. He did not look surprised. He looked like a man who has known something for 22 years and has been waiting, with considerable patience, for it to complete its own arc. He would have known. Kasim said. This was his name. She had his name from the records, Kasim Dervish, retired court scribe, that eventually someone would find the second hand. He would have known that eventually someone would come looking. He looked at the mint along the wall. He would have decided at some point that when they came looking they should be sent here. To me. He was quiet for a moment. It is the most like him of anything he could have done, to arrange that the record, finally, would be complete, without ever saying so aloud, without ever requiring anything of me that I had not already offered. She asked, what had he offered? He looked at her, the controlled face, the trained voice, and beneath them, the thing that had taken 22 years to become available in his expression, the quality of a man who has spent a long time deciding who he is going to be in whatever time remains and has arrived at the decision. Everything, he said, over the course of one night. Everything I had. He pressed the ink stain. He told me I could forget if I needed to. That was mine. He said he would keep the secret faithfully. And he did. He kept it for 22 years without being asked, as he promised. He held her gaze. But he would not pretend. He told me so that morning before I walked out of the archive and into my wedding. He said the last words without particular emphasis, the way he said all true things. It was the kindest and the most accurate thing anyone has ever said to me. I have spent 22 years understanding why. She had her recorder. She had her notebook. She had 3 years of research and a photographic reproduction of an annotated page and the address of a garden in Uskadar. She had not expected this. She had expected a source, a person with information, useful and bounded. She had not expected the thing that was happening, which was a man who had been waiting to speak for 22 years, choosing, finally, to be the one who spoke. She asked, "Will you tell me?" He looked at the garden, at the mint, at the winter light that was beginning to angle toward the late afternoon's specific gold, the light that came before the dark came, the light that showed things in their most exact form. "It was a night before my wedding," he said. "There was a lockdown. We were sealed in the archive. We argued about a mistranslated manuscript." He turned his cup in his hands, a motion so habitual she understood it had been with him as long as the ink stain, as long as any of it. And over the course of that night, he paused. He looked at the photograph she was still holding, the page with the 2 hands in it, the official chronicle in Nazar, Aben's precise, even script, and in a margin, in the controlled and slightly formal hand she had been following for 3 years, the annotations that were arguments, that were corrections, that were, she understood now, looking at the old man across the table, love letters, the only kind available, the only kind he had ever been able to write. Over the course of that night, he said, I was entirely present in my own life for the first time in 30 years. He began to talk. He talked until the sun left the garden. He talked past the tea going cold and the light changing twice and the city on the other side of the water becoming its evening self, the lamps coming up across the rooftops, the call to prayer moving through the winter air in the unhurried way of something that has been happening at this hour in this city for centuries and will continue after everyone is gone. She had come, with her notebook and her recorder and her 3 years of research, to document a historical record. He told her about the manuscript, the disputed translation, the wordist, the difference between a declaration and an arrival. He told her about the wine found behind the ceremonial protocol text. He told her about a man who turned a cup in his hands when he was thinking faster than the conversation required him to speak. He told her about sitting against a water-damaged shelf and saying true things to another person for the first time since he was 19. He told her about the morning after, the courtyard with the pomegranate tree, the cold, the decision he had made and kept, the life that had continued in its shape and that he had inhabited differently from inside, from that morning forward, from the changed position of a man who could no longer pretend that seeing and not seeing were the same act. He told her about Fatma, which he did carefully and with the full respect of a man who understood that her story was not his to tell in full, only the parts of it that were adjacent to his own. She had been, he said, better than the arrangement deserved. She had lived her life with a clarity that he had come, over the years of their marriage, to admire in the specific and complex way of admiring something that also illuminates your own failures. She had died 11 years ago, before Nazar, before any of this was anything but memory. He had been with her. He had been present for it. He told her about the years, about the archive and the work and the specific texture of being in a building with someone day after day and maintaining the correct professional distance and knowing the whole time that the distance was maintained and what it was maintained over. About the marginal notes, his own, the one she had been reading for 3 years. About how it had begun, a correction, entirely professional, a genuine error in the primary text that required addressing, and how it had continued, another correction, and then an observation, and then not a conversation. That was not the right word, something else. The only form of speech that was available. The record of being present in the margin of another man's work for as long as they both remained. He told her that Nazar had read every annotation. He knew this because Nazar had never revised the sections that Kasim's corrections addressed without incorporating the correction, and because once, only once, in 22 years, Nazar had written, in the space below one of Kasim's marginal notes, a single word in reply. She asked what the word was. He smiled, a real smile, this time, not the ghost of one, not the expression adjacent to one, but the actual arrival of something that had not been on his face for some time, and that changed the arrangement of it completely, the face of an old man who has been allowed to feel something he has been carrying for 22 years and has just been asked to put it down and look at it in the light. Yes, he said. She left with a love story. She had come for a historical record, and she had a historical record. Her notes were full of it, the dates and the documents and the administrative facts and the archival provenance of the second hand. She had all of it. She also had something that no archive had contained and that no record had preserved, and that would have been lost entirely and permanently if a man had died without having been asked to speak. She had the weight of it, the specific gravity of a night that had happened 22 years ago in a locked room in the palace across the water between two men who had argued about the meaning of a word in an old manuscript and had arrived, over the course of that argument, at the thing the word described. The two turn out to be the same thing, the record and the love story, the official chronicle and the marginal truth, the document and the thing the document could not hold. She walked to the gate. She put her hand on the iron latch. Behind her, the old man was still sitting at the table in the garden. He had not moved. He was looking at the mint along the far wall, the way it grew untidily in the direction of whatever light was available, the way things grew when they had found conditions agreeable and been allowed to become what they wanted. She did not ask if he had regrets. She had heard the answer already, distributed across the hours of the afternoon in every true thing he had said, in the smile when she asked about the word in the margin, in the way he had talked until the lamps came on without once asking to stop. She lifted the latch. She heard him say, behind her, to no one she could identify as the intended recipient, to the garden, perhaps, or to the water, or to the 22 years, or to the man who had arranged this meeting from across the distance of death with the same quiet precision. He had given everything. He knew I wouldn't forget. She let herself out. The gate closed behind her with the small iron sound of something closing that has been closing and opening for a very long time and has no objection to continuing. She stood on the street outside and looked at the water. The lamps were lit now on both shores, the city making its evening self known across the dark of the strait, the lights of the palace visible on the European side among all the other lights, indistinguishable at this distance from anything else. She looked at them for a moment. She thought about a restricted room in that palace, 22 years ago, a lamp burning low, a manuscript on a table, two men on the floor against a water-damaged shelf, talking through the long interior of a night that neither of them had expected and that both of them had carried, faithfully, ever after. She thought about the word in the margin. Yes. She walked toward the ferry. Yendi,